Hello guys, how you doing? Welcome to my live stream. Guys, I've been trying the whole morning. Seriously, I've been doing everything possible because the connection is something else. All right, today we're going to be talking about how to plan for a successful. Understand that when we talk about an event, there are three phases or three stages of an event. You have the before the event, you have during the event, and then you have after the event stages. It will be easy for you to plan a successful event. It could be your wedding, it could be anniversary, funeral, whatever, anything called events. It could be conference or whatever event. So talking about the first stage, which is that's the pre-stage, which is the period before your event. It could be a day before, it could be a plan it to be. Now, the principal thing that is going to guide you to prepare for a successful event is first the venue. Now, the three things that you need to understand when we talk about planning for an event. If you want to plan for your wedding, which is what we're going to be talking about today, you want to plan for your wedding, there are three very important factors that you have to consider. You have to consider the venue, you have to consider the number of people coming. Yeah, you have to consider that. And then you consider the season. Now you consider those three things because those are the pillars of every event. Your event cannot be successful or your event cannot hold success probably the season, and it's going to guide you on where you're choosing to do your wedding or whatever event you want to do, because season is something that weather is something that is very important when it comes to events and when it comes to choosing the place and everything that follows. But you need to look for a hall that would accommodate the number of people you're working on, the number of people you're expecting at your wedding. Now, you can't be looking for a hall where you don't know the fixed number of people you're expecting. It's true that in Africa, if you're inviting 60, 70, or even 80, with the after the event. So in this, looking at do before the event. Sorry, before the event. That's the first stage to your the first stage to your obviously to your event. So we're going to be looking at the things you need to do before your wedding. The first thing you need to have at the back of your mind is when do you want to pick out, which date are you picking out for your wedding. Picking out the date is very important. It's not just waking up in the morning and choosing to do it on the second and the first of this month or end of that month and all of that. Choose your period or the date you want to do your wedding in response to the particular Cameroon, because that's where I am from. So I can't consider other countries. Let's say you're in Cameroon and you're based in Douala, for example, north or from Bamenda for the wedding. Or maybe you want to pick a time that is suitable, that your family members will gather one place and they'll be free. Let's ask a teacher. Maybe everything being equal, or if not for the pandemic, the coronavirus, schools will have been resuming in Cameroon in September. So picking is challenging if you have family members who are mostly teachers and all of that, because it will be difficult for them to really obviously want to pick a date that will fall around Xmas or holidays you get, so that you can get your family members gathered together. At least not all of them, but most of them. Because in a wedding, there are obviously family members that you can't do without them, like your parents, like your immediate sisters and brothers, probably uncles and aunties and all of that. So you pick out your date in respect to the kind of people that you really want them to be there. Pick your date before. Those are some of the things that you have to do before the wedding day. Now, the second thing that you have to do before your wedding, so your wedding can be well organized and well planned, The second thing you need to do is make sure that you've selected the color of your day. Use and 1 week to the event, 1 week to their wedding. That's when 3 or 4 days to their wedding. That's when they are picking out the color. They're confused. 6 months before your wedding, you should have, as a woman, you have the choosing the color of your day. Um, choose colors. So many weddings, and there are some of them that buy gold. Doesn't really go with so many different, because gold is, it looks like it is yellow amplified with black, if I may put it that way. It's like it's yellow that is being amplified with a little bit of black to give that gold color. So sometimes people make mistakes. If you get someone to do, dark yellow, with that's not gold. So gold is a color that goes really with white, and I can't go with red. It can, gold is kind of like, it's very selective. It's a color that can be easily combined, and be easily seen, because sometimes it's not easy to find a large quantity. So when you're choosing color for your wedding, you need to consider a color that is going to combine. And the second thing in choosing your color is, let your color be a color that will go at least with the female sex and the male sex, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Because sometimes if you do your wedding to be like pink and white, for example, pink and white is quite good, it's not bad, it is very good. As a matter of fact, it's very good. But the issue is, if you have to dress your groom man and your man and all of that, and they have to put on pink, I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. If they have to put on pink, it looks a little bit somehow behind me, like suit pink, or probably picking a pink trouser and a white suit. It's going to be cool. It's going to be nice, bruh. I don't know how to put it. So if you want to use pink in your wedding, for example, do make sure that you mix it with another color that would kind of like, break the pink not to be too pinkish and everything. Besides, pink is for women. Always into your color or theme of it. They like Nigerians too. When I watch a lot of Nigerians weddings, I discover be the family or the bride's family. So I would rather advise, instead of taking pink, sometimes I would rather advise you use red, because red is red wine. You know, so it's kind of a color that will go with. It's gonna go even with the men more than the pink going with the men. Red, not a sharp red that we all know, but this dark red, like not us block, but something, wine, red wine. You know the color of the red wine, right? That red. That's what I'm talking about. You can put it with white, and white is the color that is always going to be the white. You can use red, white, and a different color, because sometimes when you use just two colors, maybe those two colors will make your heart to be, I don't know how to put it, I don't know the right thing to use. So I would always advise you go for three colors, because white is not really considered as a color during the wedding, because white is, it has to be there, so you can't do otherwise. So if you're choosing just red and white, it's literally is like you have just red as your color. So if you're choosing red and white, you can choose with another color. Or you can take you can take yellow. They may be sharp colors, but when you get to probably not sharp yellow, not sharp orange, but we have, I don't know how to call it. That we have transition colors and colors in classes of green. So, but the person decorating your event is all that, which is not like a bad thing, but it becomes a mile. So well that you don't have, and you want to go extra mile so you can have. Now, some people even go to the extent of saying you that do your wedding according to your finances. So, if you want to have, if you have the money to do that, because having a long line of money a lot, especially if the people involved are not working, if they are family and they're not working seriously, and if they don't have the understanding of sowing in your life, understanding that they have to support you, then you have to, you have to dress them from head to toe. But if you friends who understand that this is your wedding too, so this is your wedding, and we need to sow in this person's wedding, we it's a very good friend. So don't worry, just tell us the color and we are going to feed the material, and so or is it buying as we made, we're going to buy it and everything. So you need to consider that they are doing, the attention time. Seeing people wearing the same dress, the same attire, and having all the sometimes as bridesmaids, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's have them do a common style, and the common style that goes almost with everybody. It must not go with everybody, but at least most of them, because there are some people who have foreheads. Rihanna's core, like some of us. Mm, like, like some of us. So obviously we're not going to be able to do the until then probably, so that cost just by attending a wedding where everybody had it, and everybody must not be the same. But if you have seven bridesmaids and the style goes to about six, five, it's good. Get along. So why it's actually searching because it's keep moving on. I will probably show you guys when and peach, and then you have your transition color, or let me say the color that kind of come between it. So you want to dress you would love to dress probably your girls in the peach color. So their gowns can be in peach, and either ways, if you want to replace blue, you can replace blue with green, because green goes with peach as well. Green goes on, the men can put on green, and the girls put on. So when they're comfortable with their dresses, they're going to feel comfortable during the event. But when they're not comfortable, they don't feel comfortable to dance because the person's ashamed, or So you want to choose a gown or a dress style that goes with almost everybody. And most are stripless. You can go for just short hair. Won't even have good skin. One will be exposing somebody's back, for example, which is full of, I don't know, pimples and all of that. The person may not feel comfortable to do that. So when you're choosing a dress and you want girls to do stripes and all of that, try and look at the skin color you want them to expose. Some of them they might want to do it for you because it's your grand day, it's your big day, but you don't want to do something that the dress will look good but doesn't go with it. So all that thing on our back, she's still wearing. So and I know that people must always say events look like people always think for one. It's difficult to get into things. Sorry guys. Okay, let me just show you a quick one. Like I said, peach is something that so many people don't know. Can you guys see this? I just found this picture on the internet and I want you guys to see what it is. I don't know if you guys can see this. Um, I think I will just do this for you guys to see very well. You guys just hold on. Let me increase the light intensity so that you guys can you see that? That's peach and white. That's the color. That's white. So see how beautiful it looks like. So you want to do something for your girls. Do something that is going to go with everybody. Apart from the dressing, wear heels, and it's not a crime not to wear heels at the wedding. It's just that heels give or add more value to your attire as a woman. But notwithstanding, if you have bridesmaids, you have to consider their shoe type. For example, there are girls who don't even wear heels. And if you fall, one might fall on the heels, and that will be a huge disgrace and embarrassment at your wedding. So when you're choosing your girls, those are things that you have to also consider. Consider girls who, if you want them to wear heels, consider girls who are able to flow and walk on cars, but at least they can be on heels for some time, for a period of time before pulling them off. We all know that we women waiting that as a case of an emergency. If our toes cannot breathe anymore, we can just flip and slip it out and we put it on. So you want to do your wedding to be a very calm and low pay, that kind of like, okay, you also want to consider girls who are going to feel comfortable in wearing it, because I, for one, I don't really like wearing low shoes. Yeah, I don't really like wearing low shoes. So it will be difficult for me to be a bride to your wedding or whatever in your wedding, and you're expecting to wear ballerina sandals and all of that. It's an impossibility. No matter how close and friendly we are, it's something I really can't do. So boys, with the boys, there's no call for alarm because they don't wear heels. So all of them wear, you know, low shoes. So there's no challenge with that. Coming to the guys, if you want them to have a boo zero, the way they call it in French, like Manu Dibango face, okay, but you should be ready to meet the kind of men who will be able to do that, who would like to do that, who will be comfortable in it. And if you want them to rap or have jealous and everything, you also need to know if those guys or men you're choosing want I minute to do or the last minute to do all of these things we are saying, because the truth is planning for a wedding is really hectic. I can tell you that it's not a day's job. So congrats to all those brides and their families and grooms that supported their brides to plan their wedding, especially for those who didn't have the money to pay for wedding planners to do that, which is a little bit difficult to do back here in Africa, especially if you want a very grandiose wedding. Why all of these things I'm sharing with you, if you really pay attention to them and you follow them, you realize that your wedding is just going to be the best. So these things you plan them before the wedding. After you're finished with the groomsmen and the bridesmaid, the next people you have to consider are the flag girls. The flag girls are not really, you don't need a lot of them, just two is okay. Big and all of that. You can take even four of them, okay, to be your flag girls, but two is just okay. When you guys are on, in church in the pulpit and you're about to unveil your wife and all of that, you can just sprinkle the flowers. So they don't really have much to do. Some consider the bridesmaid. They don't even, you know, have time to have other girls to work as flower girls, because all flower girls, little bride and bridesmaid, chief bridesmaid, all of that, you need money because you need to dress them, you need to fix style and so in your life who understand and who can sacrifice. Maybe they can, have sold their dresses or buy their dresses, their shoes, their hair and everything. But at least you would have to support them to an extent. Maybe you might not be key, and if the mother or the father of that child don't have money to buy the white gown that she has to put on and do her hair and have a crown she has to wear, because the little bride has to reflect who you are. And some for some weddings, they do have like two little brides. The first one goes and the second one passes by. So, but it all depends on your money. Two, three is just being extravagant for nothing. But if you're okay to do that and you have the means, no problem. You can do that. So you obviously support them in one way or the other. So talking about the little bride, that's about the little bride you have to dress, and even the little groom you have to reflect, dress like your groom. Not that all of these I'm talking about have to do with just the white wedding, because when it has to do with the traditional wedding is a whole different thing. Probably I may talk about that one, but I'm focusing on the white wedding, preparing for your white wedding event and all of that. So that's just it. You just have to pay a little after dressing your groomsmen and the colors they're going to wear and the shoes and everything. The next thing you have to think is about your invitation card. So many people make an error to send out invitation cards 2 days to their wedding, which is not done. You don't give invitation cards 2 days to your wedding or 1 day to your wedding. You don't do that, especially if you find yourself in um, a developed country. For example, I'm going to take, for example, if you find yourself to be in Japan and you're getting married, sharing your invitation card 2 days to you, people have the different programs. It's not like they were just for the people have planned things. In these developed countries whereby people work 247, you won't see people gather there. You won't, because people won't cut their jobs suddenly, or some people the wedding is that far, they have to use a train, they have to drive or arm themselves, they have to pay their time, they have to prepare that these girls are free or these ladies will be free by this date to serve me at my wedding as my bridesmaid, or these guys will be there as my groommen. You think about your card. How do you want your card to look like? The design, the color, and all of that. You have to think about it. What do you want to be? How do you want what scripture do you want to choose to put on your card, and how do you want it to be organized on your card, and all of that. The reception numbers and everything you want to put it there, it's okay. And one important thing that people don't always do when they print their cards, or when they have done precise, or they don't emphasize that people should come along with their wedding cards. I'm going to tell you two advantages of doing that. When you precise, or when you urge people, or when you make it to be obvious, like you recommend that, like we were saying, talking about your invitation card, we said if you invite the only 50, or when it's better to expect less than to expect more. Where according to 50 people, they are supposed, maybe you had 100 bottles, which means everybody has 2 bottles, and they come and they are, instead of 50 people, 80 people coming. It's gonna be difficult because some people are gonna drink 2 bottles, others will drink one, which is going to bring a noisy kind of, and all of that grooming and talking behind the scenes and behind your back and everything. We all know how Africa. So that's it. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how you're going to do it, but do make sure to write soccer. We are in Africa, for crying out loud. There are a lot of people who are going to be served invite at the door, or and the issue of popping it is not just all about food that might not go around, or drinks, but the issue is that thieves can equally don't expect them to be there, arm robbers, thieves, and all of that, because in a wedding, obviously people put out, come with their best shoe, best jewelry, best hair, best everything. Everybody want to be very, very cute and very okay. And obviously, at the wedding, if you want to get the most uh, good and nice, fantastic, expensive gadgets, you go to weddings because people always will come out with their best handsets and everything because they want to take videos and pictures and everything. So if a thief happens to come in that hall or armed robbers happen to make their way in and like take you guys as hostage and whatever, you can imagine how it's going to be like. People complaining, I'm unable to see my phone. About 10 people phones are gone. About 7 people, many other things are gone, missing their wallets, their purse, and all of that. It's not going to give a good image. So the reason why we really always advise couples to always put future brides, future grooms to always put this on their invitation card is for their own protection and the protection of their own ceremony. It doesn't mean that people can come in there their thieves with the card. That's not like they can. But when you make it to be that way, you're working with a fixed number, and it makes it that the food or the drink that is available goes around for everybody. Especially if you guys are making a very small and cozy wedding. But if you're making a very extravagant, large wedding whereby there is food for the whole of Cameroon to eat and drinks for the whole of Africa to drink, no problem. You can decide not to even emphasize that push coming with their cards. But it's more classy when people have to come in with their cards. Avoid if you want your wedding to really be very orderly, avoid doing verbal invitation like I'm inviting you to my wedding. Oh, so can you come? I'm inviting you to my wedding. Can you come so this day? Oh, I'm inviting you on my wedding. So can you come and do this? We are now in a computerized world. So even if you call them on the phone, do send them an invitation, your invitation, your invitation card through WhatsApp or whatever means. If they come with it and they can show it, okay, it's still a way. It's even though people can use that, but it's still a way. So do make sure you do that on your card. And equally on your invitation card, don't forget to put your contact. I would always advise that you don't just put your contact and your future husband's contact. Put about 3 contacts or 4 contacts there, because the day of your event, you won't have time to pick calls. You will not even have time to hold your phone and all of that, because it's your day. Everybody is focused on you, so you can't be obviously connected on your phone and whatever. So your chief bridesmaid, that's her duty. She's going to be the one to always hold your phone. Or even if you have a sister or a brother, that sister or brother is going to be the one to hold your phone. So if you really want to make your event very okay, print your cards and let people come into the hall through that card. Verbal invitation is going to cause a lot of distraction and everything, because it's very sad when I had to do there was an event I had to plan somewhere. So I asked the person, it wasn't a marriage, it was anniversary, a baby's anniversary. So when I asked the couple, that's the parents of the child, that how many people are you guys expecting, because we start from there before we know how many chairs we are going to provide, how many tables, drinks, food and everything we're going to do. I'm not into food and everything, I'm just into planning, decoration and all of that. So when I asked the parents of this child, so how many people are you guys expecting, they said we found about 100 cards, and we shared, or we talked to people on the phone and our neighbors and everything, so we don't really know, but we gave our 100 cards. And I sat them down and I told them, you didn't do well. If you wanted to invite people verbally, you would have just invited people verbally, probably without the cards, so that we just do something that anybody can come in. But if you get 100 cards and you spoke to some people on WhatsApp, and also people that you see them live, if you told them, and now we don't really have a fixed number, so how many chairs are we bringing? This is what some people face, and this is why in some marriages, you will see some people coming on, so some people will now have to carry others or stand, or some people will find themselves outside because they don't even know how many. You give out how many cards. You get 100 cards, you're working on 100. The truth is, when we are decorating an event, if you give out 100 cards, we're going to make sure, because we are in Africa, we know ourselves. Somebody, you might invite someone and he comes with his girlfriend, you know what? And you probably not tell the person at the door that let your girl go and let you come in, or let the girl come in and let you go. So what we do is we always add, I for one, I always add 10 places. But someone told me that it was good to even add up to 20. So I always just so we avoid some kind of unforeseen circumstances or embarrassment. So whenever you're putting your cards, make sure let your invitees come with their cards, and also make sure to put your contact, not just your contact, but put someone's contact that can easily pick the call. If you put even your mother's contact or your father's contact or your in-laws contact there, they might not they might not, for example, if you put your mother's call, maybe be assisting at the part of the kitchen, or maybe if it's your father that you put his contacts. You know, when you're entering the church, it's your dad that has to take you as a bride to the altar. So let's assume that you put your father's contact, and you know your father might be, and someone might be calling, oh please, the church you guys were saying, which church was it, and all of that. So I am, for someone who is new, who just arrived, you can imagine the person is going to call your number is not going through, because obviously your number cannot be going through at that moment. Even if your number is going through, your phone will be with somebody who is not really in a position to walk out of the church or whatever. Your dad, maybe the person is coming at the, let's forget about the church ceremony, let's talk about the event, the soiree, that's the dinner and all of that. You have to do your daughter and father dance, for example, bride and father dance, with number, the person is going to call your number. No wait, the person is going to call your dad. Do you really think your dad dancing with you will allow you and pick the call there at that moment? It can't work. Whenever you're putting the number, any number on your invitation card, do put specific number. You can put like 2 numbers. The first number or the second number should be some. You can put your sister's number for your too much engaged there, quite alright, but the person is not too much involved in activities. Because if you put your bridesmaid number, your chief bridesmaid, your mom or your dad to be there, they might call and they might be in a position not to pick the call. So put somebody's number who is there. That that person is not too into something too much. The person is always there. The person will be there to answer call, direct people, and all of that. So you can put that person's number there. So those are the 2 things that you have to consider when you're printing your cards, preparing your cards for your wedding. Those are things that you have to prepare before, months before. I'm going to take an example. You're getting married in December. This is the time to start doing all the things. September is the time to start doing it. Please, future couples, do share out your cards early enough, but not too early. If you're getting married, let's say in January, and you start sharing your cards now, it's too early to share your cards. It's too early because people might take and they forget. So I would always say share your cards a month before your wedding. When you start sharing it 2, 3, 4, 5 months before your wedding, it becomes, people might be tempted to forget. Because they take your card, they'll be like, okay, let me go and put it in a secure, important place, or in a box, back, or wherever, in a cupboard, or wherever. As they put it there, if they're not chance to go and look for something where that card is, they might not just find it. And I for one, if you invite me to your wedding, I can't come empty handed, which means I need to buy a gift. So for me to buy a gift, I need to plan for that, because obviously it's not like we sleep on money, or when it's always in our palm waiting for opportunities to go out. The issue is I need to buy you a gift. What gift am I buying? I need to come to you. I'm an invitee. You invited me to your wedding. I for one, I need to have a new set of everything, new dress, new shoe, new hair, makeup on point. So each time someone invites me to their wedding, it stresses me a lot, because I need to have all those things new. Not like it's difficult for me to get it, but because if you tell me 1 month before time, I start preparing for my dress, for my shoe, for my hair, and for your gifts. Now for somebody who is not into dresses and shoes and hair, the person needs to prepare to get you a gift. So if you come and give an invitation card 2 days to your wedding, even 1 week to your wedding, it's not really too much advisable 1 week to your wedding. Give your invitation cards 1 month to your wedding. If you're giving your invitation card 1 week to your wedding, it means maybe you're in a kind of situation whereby um maybe you guys were doubting on when you guys are going to come back together. With this corona that is out and everything, sometimes you might plan for something and it doesn't hold particular date. So if you happen to be in that kind of a situation, okay, giving it 2 weeks at least, so they can prepare. But if not, give it within a time frame of 1 month. People can prepare so well. And the preparation is not all about finance and all of that. Equally, people are very busy with their job sites. Especially those who are working with private companies, they don't just give them the opportunity to go and have free days like that. Your wedding falls on a day, on a working day, on a Friday, on a, I don't know, on a Wednesday, on a Tuesday, on a Thursday, like this. It's quite a little bit difficult for them to make out, you know, time. So that's one of the reasons why you have to give your wedding cards early enough, but not too early. So after you've planned, you have chosen a good design for your wedding cards and everything. It's okay, it's cool. The contact is there, and whatever thing is there. Okay. One thing I also want to that you have to plan ahead of time is the program for your day. You have to have the program for your day, how you want activities to go through, how you want, what's the first activity that takes place. Okay, we're going to go to this place first, this person's going to do this first, before, and this, and then make sure that you print this program and place it on every table. It's very important. Most weddings, people don't do that, but it's very important. People need to have the program of your wedding on their tables. At least every table needs to have a program of your wedding, how it's going to be like, so that the MC, what the MC is going to be doing, he's just going to be reminding people, or just telling those who can't read, or probably those who don't have access to look at the wedding card at the moment. Because on a table, if there are 10 people and there's one program, obviously if I pick it up and I'm reading, maybe the fifth person beside me will now have to get it from you. So put it on the table so that they know at least what is happening. You get. Sometimes it might happen that somebody might feel like I'm so late, oh I'm so late I can't come, and then they'll be like, oh you can come. They have not yet done this, they've not yet cut the cake, or probably they've not yet done this. So it's too time. They are still at the early stage and all of that. So it's very important. Very, very important. So that's it. You have to make sure, because in most weddings they don't advise you to do that, to program of your wedding and put it on the table, all the tables. Secondly, plan on naming your tables is very important. That's something that you can also choose to do on your invitation card. You can name your tables already from your invitation card. For example, when I talk about naming your table, it means you can name your table using colors. You can name your table using biblical books and the Bible. You know, you can name your table using alphabets or numbers. Any, any, how can I put it? Any style or any design that you want to use to name your tables. When I talk about your tables, it means maybe you say this table, you want to use colors, so this golden table, diamond, bronze, pink, this in that table. Now on your invitation card, you can put diamond. You just put diamond at the last end of your invitation card. You just put diamond. So it's gonna help your ushers or your protocol to lead them to those different tables, because obviously when you're inviting people to your wedding, you have different class of people, different categories of people, right? You have colleagues, family members, you have just neighbors, quarter, you know, you have in-laws, you know, you have extended family members, and then you have friends of the in-law and all of that, who are coming behind your in-law and all of that, because your in-law is the immediate family. Now maybe your in-law comes and his friend or her friend, you have. So if you want to make that, let them feel like you don't want to put maybe let's say your colleague, one of your colleagues at the extreme end there on a different table, you take another colleague and put on a different table there, and then you put maybe family with that colleague, and then you take your friend, you put that. So it makes it, communication might not be that fluent. You want to make everybody to feel at home, you need to put a group. Maybe if your table takes 6 people or 10 people, you've invited 10 colleagues, which means they will have, if it's 5 per table, it means they will have 2 tables. You can decide to name those tables by maybe golden table, maybe this is royal table, this is that table, and all of that. This is bronze table, this is that. You can decide to name your tables in such a way that it becomes like you say, you use things like favor, joy, happiness, all of that. You can decide to use alphabets, the R, the B, the whatever. Decide to use numbers, table one, table two. So you make sure that on your invitation cards you label it already. You label the table on your invitation card. So when they come, the ushers will already know, okay, diamond table. Okay, it means that table on your left behind the other table. So that's it. You can also use books of the Bible, First Peter, Psalms, Deuteronomy, Timothy, Samuel, Proverbs, and many others. You can try to use the books of the Old Testament, the books of the New Testament. It all depends on you. So it's always important to label your table so that it helps your ushers lead the right people to the right tables. So they will not carry perhaps your usher take your father-in-law, put him on a table where it's supposed to be for your colleagues, mix your father-in-law and mother-in-law with your colleagues, it won't go. So put your father-in-law, your mother-in-law, if they came with with maybe your sisters-in-laws, they are there, your cousins or your husband's side, your wife's side, they are there, you can put them together. That they will communicate well. You put your colleagues as well, his colleagues as well. If your boss happen to make it there, you have renowned men in the city or in the town. Maybe if your wedding is that very big, you have the governor coming there with the wife. Obviously you can't take the governor and the wife to go and put them with your colleagues. It would not make sense. So that's why it's important to label them, because you are the one who don't know your guests. Your ushers don't know your guests. You and your bride or you and your groom know the guests. On that day, the funny thing is you guys are not going to be ushers. So in order to help your protocol, it's always important to label your tables. It's something that you already have to plan ahead of time. And this is why we're talking about the pre-event, as the things you need to do before the event. You already label them on your cards. It's not at a die minute that you're going to now start calling your ushers for protocol for the day. One day to your wedding that you call them and tell them, and I invited the governor, so you come. It's not everybody that has seen the governor or knows the governor. Maybe you know, but not everybody knows. I invited the rector. I invited my boss. Not everybody knows your boss. Not everybody knows the rector. Not everybody knows, and all of that. So if you invited personalities like that, it's important to label your card. Whether your wedding is big or small, it's important to label your card and make sure, don't forget, that have it in mind that you will put the program of your day on every table to help people know what is happening at this particular time or that particular time. It's very important. Secondly, after you're done with the cards and everything, the next thing you want to think about, which is very important after the card, is the food. Think about the food. You're doing your wedding, you're probably from Northwest and you're getting married to somebody from Northwest. Maybe he's not in the same maybe he's not from the same tribe with you. I guess you know that you have to do everything possible for his tribal meal to be inserted on the dining table among the meals you choose to prepare. Now, if you are a Cameroonian and you are planning to have a successful wedding, let me just give you 3 meals that you can't do without in a wedding. Ero. Ero is fast becoming a meal that is going to be a uniform meal in Cameroon, because Ero now, Muslims now eat Ero. And in fact, Muslims now eat Ero and they even love it. They don't even love it more than us, the English speaking people who are even, Ero is really originating from us. And then you have Francophones it's just a sad case. They are smartly in love with Ero. So much so that when you do Ero somewhere and if a full man or woman knows that it's Ero, they can't miss that occasion. So if you want to think about the meals you want to put on your among the meals or dishes you want to prepare for your wedding, Ero should be somewhere on top of your list. Don't do a wedding without Ero, unless you watching this, you're a Muslim. It's okay, because I know probably though they eat it, most of them don't even know how to prepare it and all of that. And if you happen to be a Francophone or Anglophone and Ero is not on your menu, you have not yet started. Ero needs to be there. Whether you like it or not. Now, whether you're eating Ero or you're not eating it, going to be there. Just try and put arrow there and let's see. That's one of the first meal that I've been able to attend so many weddings, so many anniversary ceremonies, and so many events. And I've come to realize that arrow is always one of those meals that gets finished before any other one. When you go to every occasion, there's arrow, it gets finished before any other meal. So make sure you have arrow. Another meal that you need to have there in your wedding is bitter leaf soup, that's ndole. Ndole is something that you need to consider. If you are Cameroonian, because I'm talking about Cameroonians, I don't know about other countries, but I'm talking about you being a Cameroonian. Like if you both couples are Cameroonians, or if one of you is a Cameroonian, you need to put arrow, bitter leaf soup, that's ndole. You need to consider it because ndole serves a lot. It really serves a lot, and it's not that expensive to cook compared to arrow because arrow takes a lot of money to do it well. You know, arrow is for an event. It's not just the arrow that you make in your house without obstacles and everything. When it comes to ndole, you know you might just put your bush meat or fresh meat, and that's cool. But when it comes to arrow, you need to put snails. You need to put skin, cow skin. That's a they call it again. I've just forgotten. Um, cow skin. I'll get the name. And then they also call, and then you have to put meat, fresh meat. Maybe you even put dry meat again. That's bush meat inside. Then you put stockfish. You put crayfish, red crayfish. I mean, there anything meat like you put it in arrow, it goes. So, and putting all of those things to takes resources, it needs money to put all those things. That's why arrow, that's why in many people who are getting married or on occasions or events, people always run away from arrow because it's really costly to make it and it needs oil too and all of that. So, but then at least, even if you don't have all the money it takes, just do a little bit of arrow, it's going to go. Let arrow be on your table, don't let be on your table, and the next thing should be rice. Rice is an every rice is a transitional meal. Let me put it that way. If at all that word exists when it comes to food, rice is just like white is to wedding. You know, you can't do a wedding without having a white color around, so you just can't do an event without having rice there. No matter how big people are coming, even if it's only about aging people, whatever, rice needs to be there because there are still some big and mature people would prefer rice to any other meal. I have a friend who um she's 36 now, and she's a girl, she's 36 now, but rice is still her favorite meal. Now imagine that that kind of person comes to your event and there's no rice. Another meal she takes will just be, well, let me just take this, no rice. But I know her. If there is rice, she's gonna take rice. So rice is an everywhere meal, it's a transitional meal in every occasion. You can't do without rice. Christmas, you need rice. New Year, you need rice. Wedding rice, funeral rice, anniversary, birth rice should be there because in your occasion you're not sure that everybody is going to come for your wedding is going to be a very big person or somebody doesn't eat rice. So those three meals as a Cameroonian you need to have it. You need to consider it. Now any extra meal you're adding like achu, like mbangasu, ekwang, bogochobi, and any beans and any other meal you're adding should you have to now select. But I've given you three meals that you can't do without. You need to put it there. You need to add it. You can't just do without it. You need to add it. So it's very important you put arrow, you use ndole and rice. Those three meals, have them. Any other meal you choose to add it, it's okay. And please make sure that when you're putting your meals, if you're getting married to somebody who is a foreigner, like I am with a foreigner, obviously you have to put the dish from your husband or your wife's place. You're getting married to somebody who is from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Congo, from Japan, from an American or whatever, have their meal somewhere on the table because obviously his people or her people might not be that used to eat your meals. So do have at least one of his dish on the table. I for one, I like I need to have um, light soup and fufu, banku, and all of that. So you need to have that on the table. So consider that you're getting married to somebody who is not from the same region with you. Let's say you're from Northwest and you're getting married to somebody from the Adamawa regions or from extreme north and all of that. You need to prepare something that his meal or her meal at least needs to be on the table. At least little, not too much, but at least a little quantity so that they can feel at home. The essence of an event is that people should come together and feel as at home. So if people come for your event and they can't feel like they are at home, there's a problem. It means that event has a problem. People need to feel at home with the drinks, with food, with everything that is around them. So after thinking about food and on you're thinking about what you want to get as food, you equally have to consider putting in salad. Some people do events and they don't have salad on their table, which is very poor. Consider doing salad, a lot of it, because even though in Africa many people don't really eat salad, but at least we are fast changing, and since the world is changing, we too we are fast changing and we are learning to eat salad. Even though many people don't really know how to eat salad and they are not so much into salad, but do have it on your table because it's not every African that is born and grown in Africa that will attend your events. There are Africans who have been opportunity to go to school, to places, and so they've learned so many things, and so you need to have it on your table. Salad is very important, very important. You need to have and fries too as well. You need to consider having fries on your tables. When I talk about fries, you have chicken, you have fish, you have all of that and everything. But bear in mind that if you're in Cameroon, fish is extremely expensive. So if you can triple the quantity of chicken over fish, it'll be very cool because fish too takes demands so much attention to fry fish a lot, and there's a lot of risks frying fish. If you're a woman and you've been frying fish, you know what I'm talking about. You're watching this, so it's more easy, not that too easy to deal with frying meat or chicken over fish. So I'm just saying this so that you know how you're going to plan when it comes to your food items and everything. Trebles are not forgotten. You need to have trebles. Trebles like you already know donut, peanut, chin chin. Popcorn is something that people don't really do anymore. So please, if you're doing your wedding, please, while wedding, please let go of popcorn. We don't do it again. We now do that once at the level of Christmas in the house and all of that. Popcorn now is not really. We've long passed that level unless you are still in that class because some of us have long passed that class. So if you want to do anything, you can. I would do advise you to go for crackers. If you must do something that looks like popcorn, go for crackers. It's more. I don't want to use the word. It's more mature to use that because it will look like I'm saying that popcorn is for babies, even though that's what it is. But crackers is more good for your wedding events and everything. Even though many people don't really do so much, but if you really want to do it, okay, well you can do it. But I do advise you to go for donuts, granuts, peanut chin chin. It's okay. So consider that on your program so you plan ahead of time. Apart from food, let's talk about drinks. That's the next thing you need to plan. All of these things are very important. You don't start planning for these things 2 days or 3 weeks to your wedding. When it comes to food, you need to start even planning food even 7 months to your wedding because you need to know the period you are in. That's why I said that when you're planning an event, you consider the season, you consider the venue of the event, you consider the target, the number of people. Why? Because if you want to prepare a lot of vegetable stuff, like I said, arrow, bitter leaf soup and everything, and you happen to be in the dry season, you need to know that it will be very expensive or scarce to see that. So you have to start budgeting already how you get it. I don't know, maybe you go meet some women who have farms in it and you just buy directly from the farm, or you already give them the money so that at the appointed time they'll just cut and reserve for you. Or you can decide if you want to cook dollar, you can decide to, if you happen to be in the early dry season, you can decide to buy, like if you happen to be somewhere that you know that the dry season is way longer than the rain season, you can decide to buy during the early dry season. Wash it on your own and stock it somewhere in the fridge or dry it so that when that time comes when bitter leaf is no longer available in the market, you will now take what you already washed and put in your fridge and cook, or you use what you already dried already and you make a ceremony with it. If you happen to be somewhere in Japan, there is no bitter leaf in Japan, in China. I don't know of America, but I know of many of those developed countries. They will not have our bitter leaf. This our arrow they will not have. So if you are there and you are planning for your wedding to get married in probably you want to get married in, let's say, next year June. This is the time now that you start looking for how you get those things. If you have people who are coming from Cameroon that you can bet to bring those things to you, okay. Or maybe you have somebody who's going to Cameroon in December and the person will be coming back in February. This is the moment you have to look for those who are going back to Cameroon so that when they are when coming back, they'll bring it back to you. So talking about food is something you have to really plan more than 4 months ahead. That's why we talked about the season. So if you happen to be in the rainy season, okay, if your wedding happens to hold in the rainy season, no problem. You know you can always get bitter leaf anywhere, Aero, if you are in Cameroon. Yeah. But if you are out there, you still need to plan for the cooking ahead of time. Maybe you're not going to do the cooking yourself, but at least meet those who you're going to pay, like all those who are into cooking that you want to pay them to do the cooking for you. You need to meet them ahead of time. 5 months, 4 months, 3 months ahead of time and tell them this is what I want. So that they too can prepare according to the season where they find themselves. Maybe you want achu, you're in America, you're in Japan, and you want achu for your wedding. You need to meet all those who have restaurants, those Africans who have restaurants there, and tell them this is what I want. So they too can plan. Maybe they have to get spices from home. They can plan on how to get the spices to arrive there before that time so that they will not tell you 1 month to your event when you have already planned and you know that actually is going to be part of the event, and then they now tell you we're sorry we couldn't have the spice and all of that, but we're going to now replace it and make it now the rice and tomato soup or sauce. It's not going to be okay. You're not going to feel okay with it. So that's why you have to plan. So you have to plan for it. You have to plan comes to your food. You have to plan for it ahead of time, which is very very important for you to do. So you plan ahead of time when it comes to food and every other thing is very important. So the next thing you want to consider is that you want to plan ahead of time is the drinks. Oh, this is the best part in a wedding. You know, as Africans, what interests people in every event, you have drinks, food, and the services that take place during the event. If people drink enough, there are enough drinks for people to drink, there are enough food for people to eat during your event, and the services is very cool during your event, then your event is a success. That is it in Africa. If you want people to talk about your event, let them be drinks. Let people drink up to stook up. Like they drink up to it gets here. You see people when say, oh, that wedding was just the best. It was everything was super drink. There was hey, Mimbo be there. Hey, man, drink. Hey, let them be drinks, food, service. And when you talk about service, and those in charge of food, the protocol and the ushers, the program itself, how things fall in place. That's what is. So if you want your wedding to be the talk of the town in Africa, part of Africa you are, drinks, food, and service, entertaining, anything entertainment, MC, DJ, music, and all of that, and how the program is and all of that. That's just it. So when it comes to drink, you need to pay a lot of that. You need to really put out your best. Now, if you want people to drink, if you want to do your wedding event to be the kind that there's no alcohol, then you need to prepare. You need to target people who don't also drink alcohol. Because if you do a wedding without alcohol and you invite people who drink alcohol, obviously those people are going to come there quite alright if at all they even come, but they won't stay to your even to your wedding end. Some people will come in and during the period of eating they'll just realize that there's no alcohol, they'll just leave. Especially our Cameroonian sisters and brothers. I for one I don't take alcohol. Yeah, I don't take alcohol. But then if you have to do your wedding without alcohol, do make sure the category of people you invite at all don't take alcohol. For example, you do a wedding without alcohol and then you invite the governor and many other personalities to your wedding. Honestly, and you will put juice on their table or you put water on their table. The truth is, they will just take a glass and disappear. So if you want to make it without alcohol, your wedding without alcohol, but then select, be sure that the people you're inviting to your wedding people have the same mentality as you, who don't, who are not fans or who don't lust after alcohol. Because in Cameroon, so many people lust after alcohol. It's so difficult to get people in Cameroon who don't drink alcohol. It's so difficult. So doing your wedding without alcohol is something that I can't say impossible, but it's going to be a little bit challenging for you. First of all, the person you're getting married to, if the person drinks alcohol and you don't drink alcohol, it's quite difficult to say you're gonna make a wedding without alcohol. Secondly, maybe his family members drink alcohol, his father, his mother they drink alcohol. You can say you're gonna do it without alcohol. Now, if both families, everybody in both families don't drink alcohol, it's good. I'll take an example on me. Some members of my family do drink alcohol. My uncles, I have aunties who drink alcohol, both mother and father side. So the fact that my mother doesn't drink alcohol, my brothers don't drink alcohol, and my husband doesn't drink alcohol. I don't know about his dad if he drinks alcohol, and probably he has a sister who doesn't drink alcohol, but the other people they do drink alcohol. So if those people now drink alcohol, for example, and then in my family I have uncles who drink alcohol and some few persons who drink alcohol, we couldn't have said we are going to make it without alcohol. It would have been very difficult and very challenging and a lot of headache. So what we did was that we had tables alcohol and we had tables that didn't have alcohol, non-alcoholic drinks and alcoholic drinks. About drinks, to make sure that you have different variety and different taste when it comes to alcohol. You have different varieties of beer, categories of beer, and pump in a lot in the drinking sector because food, people can eat food just a plate and they are full. When it comes to drinking, people can drink even two, five, even seven before they feel that they have started drinking. That's just it about us Africans. So it's not even food. I'm not saying that you shouldn't put effort in food. Do, but you can reserve drinks than food. So it's because when you something like food, like if you prepare hero for example, because they are served and the rest that is remaining, if care is not taken, it can go sour. But when it comes to drinks, if people don't drink or one crate is remaining, two crates, 12 crates are remaining, you can store it for as long as you want. Whether it's in the fridge or not in the fridge, it can be stored as beer can stay in a bottle for even up to a month. And it's not even going to stay even up to a month. Top can stay in a bottle even up to a month. It's not even still even up to a month because once after the event, the people will still always come to the house to visit you. Let's say, for example, that people come to wash maybe the pots and the plates because in Africa, after the event, our mothers who were there to cook and cousins and sisters will come the next day to clean up. When they come to clean up, obviously after they still have to drink, whether it's alcohol or it's top or it's water they're drinking, they have to drink. So obviously anything that remains will not even go up to 1 month because as much as people will come to greet you as a new couple or telling you guys goodbye if you guys were based in a different country or abroad, they will have to drink. So it cannot even last up to that 1 month. So you need to decide on the kind of drinks you want ahead of time so that people know ahead of time, as like you know the kind of way you're inviting ahead of time. So if you're going for alcohol, make sure, or any other, make sure you mix. Don't just go for one thing. Like you want to buy, you don't just go for Trantua alone. Go for Guinness, Trantua, Buffon, Boston, Manyang, Isenberg, Guinness Smooth, and any variety. Water is something that most people don't always buy for weddings, but it's very important. Consider buying a lot of water on your list, because most times when I go to wedding, sometimes on the table there's no water. They have just juice on the table. There's no water. Water got its place. So do make sure that on every table, if you can even put two tangy bottles on every table, it's very good, because people might eat and someone might eat in your party and get stuck, and one thing or the other can happen, and there's no water on the table. It becomes, and you guys when are rented a hall very far, where maybe there's no tap or whatever. Where do you get water from? So consider water in your list a lot. 2 bottles per table is cool. Putting 1 bottle per table of 10 people or 12 people is relatively very small. 2 bottles for 10 people, it's okay, because you yourself, example, when you are that thirsty, you can finish even 1 liter when you're that thirsty. So how much more of 10 people having 1.5 liter on the table? So it doesn't go. And besides, there are people that they don't drink alcohol, and they don't drink all these brasseries products, this top and all of this. They drink their water. So when they come there and they see one bottle of water, they will think for them and they just carry and they open and they just drink in a kind of way that the next neighbor can't drink. So consider putting water, planning for water, and your wine or whatever thing is very important. I went to a wedding, because you guys shouldn't mind me. I've attended a lot of weddings, a lot of weddings. I've attended over 20 weddings, a lot of weddings. Like, so I know what is not talk of occasions, birth or whatever. The only occasions I have not attended that much are funerals, because I don't like it. Not that I don't, I don't just like it going there. So I went to this particular wedding where somebody where they had to bring the cake, and there was no champagne, there was no wine, there was no whiskey, nothing else. There was just drinks. Please don't do that error. Future couples, don't do that error. Make sure that you have wine. If you don't have whiskey, let it be champagne. If you don't have champagne, let it be wine, or let it be whiskey. One of these things should be there. If not, two of them should be there. A cake doesn't come. A cake does not. They don't present a cake just a cake. You present it with 2 bottles of champagne or 2 bottles of wine. This is something that so many people don't know about it. So many people don't know about it. But this is what you have to do. You don't present you don't present a cake just like that. You present your cake with accompany with champagne or wine or whiskey, whatever. But whiskey doesn't, is wine or champagne that you present your cake with. So in your event, consider doing that. And if you want your event to be very grandiose and very, ceremonial, big, then do add wine to every table, or whiskey to every table, or champagne on every table. It's going to make your wedding to be very, if you, for those of you who want very big wedding, but you want a calm wedding, then you can just put maybe one champagne on the cake. While they will be unveiling the cake, they will just pop the champagne and all of that. So the second thing, after talking about drinks, which is very important, please make sure that you mix variety. So if you want to take 50 crates for your drinks, make sure you have two crates of every other thing, before like and all of that, two crates, and a lot of juice, because even people who drink alcohol, at least they can take back juice home to their younger ones, to their wives or sisters to their house. So juice should be there. It doesn't mean that juice should just be maybe just 2 crates or whatever. Juice should be there. So that's it, talking about juice. So plan about it. How much you're budgeting on it is very important. You really plan ahead of time. After planning, after you have already planned about the meals you want to have on your table, the drinks, the groommen, the bridesmaids, and your invitation cards. That's already 5 things that you plan before. The next thing that you have to plan before is the cake. Choose your cake ahead of time and get someone who is going to deliver or make your cake ahead of time. Don't start running head scatter 1 week to your wedding looking for somebody that will do cake. You might not contact the person already maybe 7 months before your wedding, or let's say you're getting married in December and you contact someone who's now. The one thing is that you might know of someone who's making cake, and then you already know this is the person, and you know that they have told you, they have recommended that person to you, and you know this person does cake so well. What you do is you just wait around, and when it's in November, you know, you start seeing the person, I want you to do my cake for this day. Cake doesn't really have a problem because it doesn't take long to do your cake. So, but then it's always important to just have an idea of who is doing your cake ahead of time. So that in case you then communicate with the person says they are busy or whatever, you will then know how to do it. Guys, it's getting hot. Let me just put on my fan. It's really getting hot. So guys, that's what I was saying, like very, very important for you to plan for your wedding. You consider the drinks and everything. So after you're done with the drinks, we talked about you considering the cake aspect. You need for the kind of cake you want to do. Normally, a one-step cake is not really a wedding cake. So but if you don't have the resources to do, it's okay. Remember that it's better to do with what you have than to go learn, borrow, and go out of your way just to please people. It's something I don't really encourage. But if you have the means, at least do a step cake. So you don't go for one cake, at least maybe 2 step, 3 step. And also don't do a kind of 10 step kind of cake like some people do, because when the cake becomes a 10, it's with life is like, if you go too much up out of the ordinary, it becomes bizarre, like the Frenchman says. And when you do below the normal way or normal standard, it becomes oof, still bizarre. So you want to make sure that your cake is just in between. I just think you can do up to 4 levels, but when you start up, five should be at most. When you start going to 7, 10 steps of cake, like seriously, it becomes too much. And then they talk carry the feel like we earlier said, if the color is blue with white being a transitional color, then obviously you have to do something peach and blue on your cake. It could be all white, but let blue and peach find itself somewhere. Maybe it could be decoration, could be flower or whatever. And cakes also have meanings. Like most times, you see somebody want to do a wedding cake. They can do a wedding cake at the top of the wedding cake. They do like they have, I don't know how to call it. You have the groom, and the brides, design like that and all of that. And then sometimes you see a cake that's been designed in the form of a bride alone with her gown, and others that have to do with makeup things of it. So you want to do your cake that looks like, maybe you can do in the form of an altar. You could do your cake in the form of that has you and your man above and all of that. It all depends on you, because as for me, I'm not going to talk about me, but it depends on you what you guys want and how you guys want it to be. So after you jot down and choosing the design of your cake and however you want it to be, let's move to the next thing you have to pre-plan before your wedding event. The next thing you have to pre-plan before your wedding event is, you know what you have to plan before your wedding event? The next thing you have to plan before your wedding event is about your hall. So choosing the hall where you're going to do your event, you have to consider so many things. You have to consider the road leading to that place, the hall you are about to take. The road leading to that hall, is the road portable? Like, is the road, can people really drive through that road? Don't look for a hall where people cannot easily access the hall with their cars. Some people will go and look for a hall. Oh, the hall is beautiful, it's large, it can contain, it's nice, it has pillars. But the road to that hall is something else. It's like the road going to Widikum village, or I don't know, like the road going to Chad, or I don't know, or like the road going to one interior village. And if the road is that bad, it will be difficult for people to really access. It's not really that good. So when you're choosing a hall, consider the road that leads to that hall. Let the road be easy to locate to find, because remember that people who are going to come to your wedding, there are some people who come because of your husband, their friends to your husband or colleagues to your husband, that you don't know them, and probably they don't know that town that you're getting married to. Let's say you're getting married in Douala, and you want to go look for a hall somewhere, I don't know, one interior place in Douala, and you have people who will come from the north, from Boya, from Bamenda, and they have never been to Douala. So, and probably maybe they rented a car, or they got their private car. Like someone from Yaoundé can actually drive with their private car, even from the north can drive with their private car to Douala, and they drive in with their private car. They don't really know their way. If the road is this and bad, and a one-way road, like what I mean a one path, it means like not really meant for cars, maybe just bikes can access it, is difficult. It means they have to park their cars very far away from the hall and all of that. The second thing to consider when you're looking for a hall for your wedding is, look for a hall that has a parking space. Look for a hall that is an environment that is clear, that has a parking space. I'm going to take an example. There was a hall, someone recently got married. I just saw the pictures. I didn't attend this other wedding. People you even tell me that I like saying I attended this wedding. This one I didn't attend it, but I saw the pictures somewhere. And when I was discussing with someone who attended the wedding, the person told me that the hall is good. Oh, I said, oh, nice hall, because I saw the decor and the hall was very large and nice and airy, spacey and all of that. And I said, oh, the hall is very nice and all of that. The person said, yeah, the hall is nice, but there's no parking space outside. So people had to park their cars very far, and then they moved the hall. So when the person told me that, I'd be like, oh, okay, I see. Because when the person said the hall is not nice, and I was like, well, how can you see the hall is not nice? I'm seeing the pictures, the hall is very nice. How can you see the hall? He said, I'm telling you, my dear, the hall is not nice. Can you imagine there's nowhere that you can park your vehicle? There's nowhere that you can park. So people had to park very far and then move to the hall. Now, these are some of the things that many brides or many grooms, future grooms and all couples, they don't really take out time to consider that. Even those of you that are going to look for wedding planners and all of that, emphasize that you need a hall that has a parking space and easy accessible. It's very important. Don't get a hall that doesn't have a parking space, because people will not come and park their cars very far and be in the hall, and then maybe your event is starting by 8 p.m. and maybe they want to leave by midnight. Now leaving your hall to trek to where the vehicle is, anything can happen to them. Armed robbers, companies are crazy. Armed robbers can attack them on the road going there, and many other things. People can, Africa is Africa. People can punch the tires and pull, or people can even break the doors of the vehicle just to steal your vehicle. So many things are possible in Africa. So when you're choosing your hall for your wedding, consider a hall that has a parking space and a hall that is easily accessible. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. So the next thing you want to consider when you're planning for your wedding, for to choose a hall that you want to consider is, I talked about the season. So the road, the season has to do with the road. Like if you're in the dry season, obviously look for a road that is, is accessible, maybe not too dusty. A road that when rain falls in the rain season, cars will not be cars will be able to go there and back to the road to move there, because we have roads in Cameroon that when it rains, bikes and cars can't move unless you trek on that road. Don't go look for a hall that is at that and then difficult to go back. So when you're looking for a hall, consider it. The third thing you want to consider, apart from the road and the parking space, is look for a hall that has probably toilet. To have toilet inside or even outside, because people come to your party, obviously after drinking they might want to go use themselves, or after eating they want to go use themselves, or even before they want to go to, like women, they might want to go there to check if their makeup is well on point and everything. So I love that. And then your girls, maybe they won't want to dance. For example, I know, because in weddings sometimes your bride might want to a surprise dance with the bride or whatever, and they want to change. Maybe when they're already in the hall, they can't move out to go change outside the open air. If there's a toilet or ladies, or like inside the hall or out of the hall, they might go change somewhere around there, if you understand. Well, and a clean toilet, I don't mean a pit toilet, I mean a flushing clean toilet. Because we have halls that when you get in, you have toilets inside. Yeah, we have halls like that. Then when you get in, there's toilet inside. I mean, good clean toilets. There are so many halls like that. And normally that's how they're supposed to build halls that are made for parties or events. Because somebody will not step out and go right out, go and use the toilet very far. So normally it's either the toilet is somewhere in the hall, or the toilet is just as you go out of the door, maybe you get to right, the toilet is somewhere around there. Well kept. So when you're choosing a hall, make sure that the hall has toilet in it or around it. So let those things be available around the home. It's very important to consider. The next thing is a stage. When you're looking for a hall that you want to get married in, look for halls that have a stage, so that you will not waste money to rent a stage again. When I talk about a stage, I mean, you know what we call a stage, right? You already know. Where you mount, probably where you and your husband are going to sit up above, so that people down can see you, so you can have a view of how the hall is, if everybody can get to see you. Because if you just sit normally down, everybody might not be able to really see you. So when you're looking for a hall, consider also looking for a hall that has, yeah, you understand. So look for a hall that has that, so that you will not find yourself wanting to rent it or get it, because those things are very expensive. To get it for, I think I have a friend of mine who rents that out, and she rents it for. She has one for 45,000 a day, 50,000, 30,000. So it depends on the height of it. The one that is very high, 50,000. The one that is a little bit 45 and 30. So if you get a one that already has a stage already, that's it. It's cool. You won't have to rent it again, and that you have reserved your money. Well, most halls don't really have a stage, but we have some few halls that have them, so you have to think about that. And the fourth thing that you have to consider when you're looking for a hall as well is the environment around that hall. Don't look for a hall that is so isolated, so far away from the town, or so isolated. Look for a hall that has the environment. Look for a hall. I'm sorry, guys. It's not easy to talk for more than continuously for more than an hour. So look for a hall that has a good environment, maybe flowers, trees, and all of that is quite good, and some little houses around. Don't look for a hall that is so far and is so isolated, because if the armed robbers have to surround that hall and do crazy things, you never can tell. So that you have to be positive and optimistic, but then notwithstanding, if you have these ideas in you, you obviously know that you see a hall that is so far fetched inside, away too far from the town or city or wherever, from other houses, it's not really the best. Because in any case, if anything happens, maybe an accident or whatever, it's gonna be difficult to, before they leave from there to get to town, many things will have happened, and waiting. You start planning your hall and all those things, location, everything. Start looking for it. The thing is, all of these things are not saying that it's the best man by now go and rent the hall now. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you look for the hall, ask information after the hall, be comfortable. Like, go now, you look for the hall. Probably 2 months to your wedding, because if you're getting married in December, you're looking for the hall now in September. It's probably a little bit early. But you look for it, but December is a period where so many people get married. So the truth is, if you're getting married in December, you can start looking for a hall now. It's not like we have bush that are coming here to do weddings. We have our own local Cameroonians who are here who are doing weddings. We have funerals, we have birth, we have naming ceremony, and many kinds of events, conferences, and everything. So if you're looking for your hall, and you're getting married in December, this is the right time to start looking for the hall. You just have to go look for the hall. You're comfortable. Ask how much it costs a day, and tell them how you probably want to use the hall. Maybe you tell them this hall they will decorate it on this day, the first day. Maybe you want to do your traditional wedding in the hall. Your traditional wedding will be on Friday. Then the next day again, I'm gonna do my wine wedding, and then they will now clean everything on Sunday morning, and tell the people that this is how the hall is going to be used. They tell you how they work, and the cost and everything. Then make sure you ask them how they want to clean their hall, or they want to, because in some areas, encourage, just make sure that maybe they have chairs or they have tables. You need to ask. If they have, you can get them. So those things you need to find out. And then if the hall doesn't have tables and chairs, then you should, you have to bring from somewhere else. Then you already start making arrangement on that already. That's what I'm saying. When I'm talking about you doing all these things, I don't mean go and start buying bridesmaid dresses now. It means have the idea already in your head. This is the material I want. This is the style I want. Go to the tailor. Ask the tailor, this style, can you produce this type? How much? 7,000, 10,000. Okay. I want 7 girls, or I want 10 girls. That means that's 10 girls goes to 100,000. So you book it 100,000 on the list for their dresses. Probably even 120,000, 110,000, or one never knows. For their dresses. Material, you ask the price, you just jot. So it's good to go do all those things. Their shoes, I'm going to buy it now. These are things you have to look for, so that it helps you already come out with a budget. So after looking for your hall, you look for your hall. The next thing you need to think about is music. Because I told you guys that when we talk about an event in Africa, we're going to talk about it. Food, drinks, services, that's music, DJ, and all of that. You now look for the DJ. The person is going to animate the event. I'm not talking about the MC, I'm talking about the DJ. The person is going to be mixing the music all through the event. Very important. Look for the DJ. Tell, if you have specific music you want the DJ to play, give the specific music a list of the specific music you want the DJ to play them, so that he looks for it ahead of time. Let him tell you his price, and you guys have an agreement, and you fix a date with him. If you don't do it that way, because DJs are people who they work on dates. If you don't tell him, okay, I want you for this event on this particular day, you just go and look for him and say, okay, I agree. Make sure that when you see one, you already tell him, I'm getting married in December. Even if in September you find one like this September that we find one, tell the DJ I'm getting married in December this day, maybe December 22nd. I'm getting married December 22nd, and it will be at this place. So I want you to, when you tell him, take his contact. From time to time, you just call. Maybe next month you call to remind him. Next month you call again to remind him. And the month going to your wedding, like let's say November ending or December, early December, you go and look for him. You give him the card, the invitation card. Let him know it's in 2 or 3 weeks already. So that even if at all some other person will come to book him, he knows that 22nd December he's already taken. But if you just go and say DJ and you don't tell him, but some people that's what they do. They go look for the DJ and they don't tell them the date, they don't tell them the venue of the event. What do you expect? Obviously, at the next in November when you come and meet me, tells you, oh, somebody booked me already from 22nd. I start frowning your face. I told you I was getting married in December. But did you tell him the day? Have you been calling him regularly to remind him again that you're getting married in December? Is very important. And look for someone who really matters what he's doing. So many times I see couples who would use their brothers, their cousins to be the DJ in their weddings. It's really not okay. It's really not okay. If the sound, music, the animation in your wedding fails, I'm telling you, you have just failed your event or spoiled your event, if I may use it that way. So please look for to that. Don't look for somebody who is too new in the business. Don't look for somebody just because you think, because being a DJ that plays music and people are dancing is not something you just wake up and do. I know that people are talented, but mixing and all of that, it needs someone who is into it, a specialist. Successful, you need to spend. That's the truth. The only thing that there are some things that you need to prioritize your spending on, and there are some that you have to minimize unless you have all it takes to make it grandiose. One of those play things that you have to neglect, that you have to spend if you want it to be good, is on the DJ. DJs are people that if you give them, if you put it, make a good price with the DJ, obviously he's going to do his best and you will love it. I'm saying this because I've worked with two of them already, and when we're discussing, because I'm that kind of person that I love to know things. I'm so much inquisitive and I like things. If you're into decoration, you can't just be decorating without having a clear notion about all those things. Because if somebody says I want you to decorate the hall for my wedding, obviously you will remind the person, have you gotten a DJ, have you gotten this, have you gotten that, have you gotten that, and that's how you get to those other people who make the event a successful one. In as much when as often as you get to them, you talk with them, you start, they open up and they tell you things. This one teacher that told me that I'm gonna pay convenient. You break a fair, I'm gonna pay convenient. You might make me back. Let me just translate for those who don't understand French, because I just spoke French. I didn't speak Swahili. I just spoke French. For those of you who don't understand. So some people will be like, how much did they even pay me? I couldn't bring all my speakers here. How much did they even pay me and all of that? So because these are like tell-offs, they work according to your price. If you price them well, you give them well, and that's why I'm not saying that extremely, give them too much. I'm saying that if you give them well, for example, you have people who are going to take 50,000 a night, you have people who are going to take 100, 70, 30, and all of that. But then, if a DJ tells you give me 70,000, and you argue and give him 10,000, the truth is, he's not going to refuse. Most of them that I know, they will not refuse. They will take it now. After it's go and play music like they are using music, they are like, it's your life now. And they are playing music, they are enjoying it too. They are playing and enjoying it. It's not as if they are stressing over it. He's going to pay 10,000 and play you music for 10,000 in your wedding. Is he is concerned whether your wedding is bad or what? He knows that he knows that it's not about him, because some people are going to say that if he does that, he's going to spoil his business. People who already know him to be somebody who plays well, it's not because he will play there and then they will say, so if you want him well, think about the kind of music you want, the soundtrack. If you're the kind of person who wants only gospel music to be played, look for a DJ and tell the DJ to be played. Don't just go and look for your DJ and tomorrow he start playing Mapuka, Makusa, all kind of high life music and all of that, and Western world music, and then you start from your face like, or you start sending your cheap them to next the music, next the music, and then each time you play, you hearing that sound, boom, boom, next, next, and all of that. So it's not okay. You plan for that ahead of time. After you're planned with your DJ, the next thing you need to look for ahead of time is the hotel. That's the next thing you need to watch out for. You need to look for the hotel. You need to think about the hotel where you guys are going to spend the night before the wedding, and equally country or village, wherever you find yourself. So talking about the hotel, usually for some people who don't know, usually before the wedding, before you guys leave to go for the white wedding, remember that all of this we're saying has to do with your white wedding. It's not your traditional or your civil wedding. It's more of your your white wedding. So the night prior to your white wedding, obviously you don't sleep in your house together. Like maybe let's say your fiance or your you have been coming there obviously, but because you guys are preparing for the wedding, you can't obviously sleep in that same house. And even if you want to sleep in that same house, you have to get a separate room. He has a separate room, and then your bridesmaid too. And that's the reason why you possibly might not be able to sleep in that same house, because there might not be enough room to contain all your bridesmaids. Let's say you have seven bridesmaids and seven groommen in that house, unless it's a big mansion that can contain two people a room. That means he has to have like 14 rooms or 7 rooms contain two. So most times couples prefer to leave that house just for that night. Actually, just for a night. But if you don't have the resources it takes to go rent a hotel to do that, it's okay for you to sleep in one room, your other sleep in the other room, and your bridesmaid they sleep in their different houses and they leave and come. But the reason why I would advise you to rent a hotel is so everybody is going to be in the same place, in the same environment, and they will be set at the same time. Because if you tell your bridesmaid, okay, let's meet in the morning here, the vehicles will be here to take to pick you for, and we go to church. The truth is, you don't know what will happen. That next morning, that one may sleep and get up. Number one, maybe your cheap bridesmaid, she might be sleeping in her house. Time for her to leave from her house and come there. Gee, maybe, and the people will be waiting in church. And you guys were supposed to be service was your church wedding was supposed to start maybe at 10 o'clock. Around 9:30, you are still waiting for your cheap bridesmaid one, because maybe she got up late, and or maybe she took a bike. You know our roads in Cameroon. She took a bike from her quarter, and maybe it rained that morning. She took a bike from her quarter, all dirty. She has to go back to the house, or she just called and said she can't make it again. That's the reason why people have to do everything possible to be in the same place, one hotel together with your girls. Maybe about five bridesmaids plus the bride, that makes six, which means you are to take 3 rooms, right? Two per room, two per room. That's if the money is there, and if the hotel agrees with that, because there are some hotels that don't take two per room. There are hotels that take just one person per room. So if you happen to rent in that kind of a hotel, then you'll be taking even 6 rooms for the girls, 6 rooms for the boys. But if you're in a hotel where they understand people can patch two per room, that means you will take 3 rooms for the girls and 3 rooms for the boys. So you have to budget ahead of time. So look for the hotel and understand that look for a hotel that understand that people can patch like 2 rooms. Is when you're planning for wedding, you never have enough. When you're planning for an event, you no matter how rich you are, you discover that money is just going out. Money keeps going out. So try to do economize as much as you can. take two per room. It's even advantageous to even take that two per room. Let them sleep two of them per room. At least so that if, in case anything wants to even happen, there are two in the room. At least one person can shout or whatever. You know what hotels are these days with all the history surrounding hotels and everything. So we really advise that you take two per room. Let it go two per room. If they can even go three per room, it's okay. If the hotel can agree for three per room, good. Then you minimize and you take just two rooms. So you look for the kind of hotel that you want, and the hotel you're taking, let the hotel be in a secured environment, in a fence, because we have hotels that are just open like that. They don't have a fence. They are just open like that. They don't have a fence. We have hotels like that. Even if you want to choose by a motel, at least let the motel, you don't have the money to go to a hotel or you want to go to a motel, let the motel be clean and neat. Let it have a large space that vehicles will come in, because vehicles are going to come and pick you up in the morning to go. Maybe you have like 4 vehicles coming and big jeeps and all of that. If there's no space, yeah, so you consider all of that before you choose your hotel. And then choose a hotel that has a good cozy environment. Maybe the night before, you guys can, you want to make your little, want to bury your single party and all of that, vie de célibataire, enterrement de vie de jeune fille, vie de jeune garçon, you want to do it, and the space has a cozy environment, and all of that, you guys can do it there, it's cool and it's okay. So choose your hotel, let your hotel be spacious and in a gate, in an enclosed, have a gate so that there's like this security in the hotel. And also choose your hotel that will understand that you guys can patch, okay? And neat hotels too, at least. Don't go choose a hotel that the bed is falling one side and probably they don't even have blankets, because there are some funny hotels like that don't even have blankets. They just have just the bed spray like that and your one pillow, and that's it. Look for a hotel that at least, some hotels they have a toilet but there is no shower. You have to use a bucket to bathe, and there's no even water. So you have to wake up in the morning and go and meet the receptionist. They usually carry the, especially up in the north. You have hotels like that. Water is not flowing. Not only in the north, any region, any part in Africa, everything is possible. So look for a hotel that has at least there's water, that you can eat yourself and flush, and you can bathe in the morning and all of that. Yes, and whatever it takes, a good hotel, because your early pictures, your early morning pictures, like your makeup and all of that, videos of your wedding and all of that, is going to take place there in that hotel. So if the hotel is too bad with a bad environment, it's gonna be difficult, because most of those pictures that you see on social media that they take pre before wedding, most of them they take them before the wedding. Most of them, when you're all set, take the pictures before the wedding, and then after the wedding now they still take again another picture. They still take again pictures again. So it's very important to consider the hotel where you guys are going to spend the night. Think about it, how much it costs a night, where it is found, and think about if the hotel has food, because there are hotels who don't have restaurants. So if you are taking people's children or people's future wives as your bridesmaid to lodge in the hotel for the night, leading to your wedding, at least you will not starve them throughout that night or throughout that day. So get a hotel that has a restaurant, or it is close to a restaurant. I mean, from there to a restaurant, or to wherever you can get food. If you can easily get food there, it will be really okay. So apart from thinking about the kind of hotel you want, equally think about where you spend your honeymoon. If you guys choose to spend your honeymoon in a hotel, choose another very wonderful hotel, and probably a hotel that has a very beautiful, maybe a suite. You know what I talk about a suite? It means like a room and a parlor and all of that, a self-contained suite and all of that. You already look for a good one, ask for the price, so that it helps you book everything. Maybe it's 30,000 a night, 50,000 a night, 100,000 a night, 25,000 a night, 25,000 a night. Okay, how many nights are you guys spending for your honeymoon there? 4 nights, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month. It all depends on you guys, and then you just do the calculation. Book it before time. Book your hotel 1 month before time. For that one, don't even go to book your 2 days later. Don't even try that. Book your hotel 1 month before your wedding to avoid unnecessary stories. Because a hotel is a place, if you come there, you book 2 days before your event. You can book 2 days before your event, and someone who is more of maybe a governor or a very high class business site will come and pay for that thing, or a suit like that. Maybe he doubles the price you get just 2 days. And if when you book already a month before, they know that that specific day you're given them, they cannot try nonsense. You get the point. So after thinking about where you guys would spend your honeymoon and all of that, the next thing you want to think about is the footage of the day, which is very important. Who is gonna look for the cameraman? The cameraman will say camera woman who's gonna take the pictures and the videos and everything. Look for the person ahead of time and tell the person how you want it to go. Don't assume that because it's a cameraman he knows what he's supposed to do. The truth is he doesn't know what you want. He might just be predicting that this is what you want, or assume that this is what you might want. But you have to tell him. This is what so many couples fail to do. Tell your cameraman or the person taking your video, that I want you to have a pre-video of my wedding or pre-pictures of my wedding as well as during the wedding. So what you're going to do is this. If you're getting married, for example, let's say you're getting married on Saturday, which is the 22nd of December, you would have to tell your cameraman that I need you with me from the 21st of December to the 22nd. What am I trying to say? That 21st, you guys are going for pre-wedding pictures, right? He has to take the pre-wedding pictures. If there are pre-wedding videos, he has to take them. And maybe you have where you'll be going to do your hair the day before, or your bridesmaid, because your bridesmaids, they can't do their hair on the same day like you. Normally, it's always the bride that does her hair maybe the same day of the wedding. I even doubt if they do the same day of the wedding. They do the day before. Because if you want to do your hair the same day of the wedding, unless you have to bring in somebody to come do your hair at the house or in the hotel that morning and everything, but I really do advise I do your hair the night before your wedding. It's very important. Do it the night because to avoid wastage of time and everything. Because let the person then come and do your makeup, do your hair before your wedding. Unless that person is sure to be there at 5 a.m. in the morning and start doing your hair. If your wedding in church is supposed to be at 9, what time do you think you do your hair in the morning? Obviously, you can't get up at 5 or 4. So it depends on when your wedding. If your wedding is at 12 in the afternoon, maybe you can do your hair the same day. But I don't advise to do your hair the same day, because when you do your hair, we all know you women. When you do your hair the same day, sometimes you still feel the pains, and someone like me, I have nerves. So if I can't do, and I didn't do mine on the same day, so obviously that's it. So you do it the day before the wedding. Your bride will make sure they do. So the day before, when you're going to do your hair, your cameraman, you might want that part to be inserted in your videos. He should be there with you. You went out with your girls to go have something to eat, and if you are going out, he should be there. In fact, that's what I'm saying. Tell him that he has to be all through with you on the 21st and the 22nd. You want him to cover everything about your event, the hotel as you guys are going in, and the evening parts that you guys might have, like maybe burying your single life and all of that. You guys might have it like that party. You're supposed to be there, take pictures, videos of it and everything, because those are crucial moments and important moments. The last moments that you were single is very always important, especially in the life of every woman. You always want to have that last glance and all of that. So you want to have it, including your husband, your future husband, with the men too. Maybe they'll be going to do their local, they'll be going to have these. One way or the other, I don't know how he's going to do it, but he has to picture up all those moments together. Now, on the 22nd, which is the D-Day, in the morning at 6, your cameraman is supposed to be there, because he has to start filming from, how we do it, you see wedding videos and pictures. Start filming from your shoes, your makeup, your bag, your gown, jewelry, anything you're going to be using for the day. Film your girls as well. Take a picture of your future husband, the way they're dressing, their suit, the perfume, the shoes, the spray, hairspray, and everything. It's very very important. You don't look for a cameraman on the D-Day. You look for a cameraman and book for his services. So you, the same way you look for the DJ and the cameraman, just are two people, you look them almost the same time. Look for them almost the same time is very, very important. You look for them almost the same time. Very. So the next thing you would love to look for is actually to look for your cameraman who will follow you all through. This is very important. Yes, guys. So that's talking about it. So that's what you have to consider. That's what you have to plan ahead of time before the wedding. Those are the things. And all of these things I'm saying, it's not like people don't do it. The thing is that people don't consider it to be very important to do the planning ahead of time. To do it like 1 month or months before. Someone is going to, most couples or most brides, what is their concern? What they are so much concerned about is the gown, my makeup, the hair, the shoe, the back. Yes, that's it. Most brides before the event, before the day of their wedding, what they dream about is the gown. You start, she's getting married in 6 months. The first thing she has to do is she's starting for the gown to wear. She start going to choose the gown. Meanwhile, we have very important other things that you can, if you don't arrange them and you wear that gown, it will not do anything to anybody. That's the truth. If you like, let your gown be like this one behind you, like this curtain behind you. Let it be like this one this way, or even like the yellow fabric behind you. It's not people's concern. If your gown be, let your gown be very beautiful, it's like Cinderella, like the one that Angelina Jolie wore, or like the one Queen Elizabeth wore during their wedding. Let it be very beautiful like that. If the hall is not good, there's not enough food, or the food is not well cooked, drinks, there are not sufficient drinks, people don't have their choice, and the cake is poorly decorated, the color combination of the cake is just zero, the outfit for your groommen and your bridesmaid is nonsense. If, no matter how beautiful your gown is, you are failed. That event is poise. C'est gâté. So if you don't want it to be that way, please, please take time. These two future brides, take time to plan on these issues that I'm just bringing them out to you, because this is where so many people get it wrong when it has to do with wedding planning, whatever event you're planning. And also, this is why so many couples, so many brides, immediately they get married, the next day they fall sick. Now, the truth is, most brides, the next day they fall ill. They don't say it. They don't say for ill. Ill doesn't mean that they can't walk. Oh. It means they are meant drained. They even really enjoy, their honeymoon. Some brides the next day they spend 24 hours sleeping. Why? Because not even because they dance so much at the events, not because they were on heels even at the events, but because they stress themselves, they 2 3 days to their event because they want to plan. They left everything on standby. They were busy planning about the gown, busy planning about the hairstyle and the makeup, forgetting about other important aspects of wedding. So this is something like, if you're watching this video, share it, and share it, and share it with your sisters, cousins, friends, family members, colleagues, neighbors, classmates, any category. Because one way or the other, they will get married someday. If they're not getting married, someone close to them is going to get married, and they need to know all of these things. It's very important. You might think that you know them, yeah. When it hasn't gotten to you, you think that I can plan. But when it's your day, that's when you will know that you cannot plan. When it's your day, you will realize you can't plan. When it's somebody else's day, you'll be like, oh, well, plan. When it's the day, you can't plan. 2 weeks to my, I was resting. No, I was resting. I was resting. I wasn't doing anything. I was resting because everything was already the way I wanted. Because I'm the kind of person who even like things to be done the way I want it to be done. And I tell you, I don't assume. That's what I'm telling you, bright future brides. Don't assume that the cameraman or the photographer or the MC or the DJ, they already know what you want. Don't assume. Sit them down. I had several meetings with my girls and the boys. I had several meetings that I had with my girls. Several meetings. And what facilitated my meeting with them, we had a WhatsApp group. Good enough, we have phones, Android phones, and everything. I created a WhatsApp group where, by the way, instead in the WhatsApp group for the girls, bridesmaids, they had their WhatsApp group, groomsmen had their WhatsApp group, and then towards the days, towards the end, we had a common. Right, guys. So I was saying, so you have to communicate with them. Like, I had a WhatsApp group where I communicate with the girls, and I also communicate with the girls, like, and with the guys. And every day I'll be like, okay, are we okay? Are we okay? So it's a program. Are you okay? You'll be there. Yes. After that, this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. So that is what you have to plan, so that you don't get ill, you don't fall sick, you don't get mentally drained after wedding. So many people they have frontal headache the next day. Some people even have those sound in their head 2 days after their wedding because you play around buying a gown and all of that shoes and all of that, and you forget one of the most important things that you should do in the wedding. Then after you've talked about looking for your cameraman and all of that, you look for the MC, which is the person who is going to be the man on the mic. And then when choosing someone to be your MC, look for somebody who is not shy. Don't look for somebody who has never spoken to people in a crowd. Look for somebody who has always been talking to people. You can look for, even if he's a teacher, it's not every teacher that is proud, that is somebody who can deal with the public. We have shy teachers. And besides, even if he's a teacher, maybe he's teaching in nursery, you go take him to come and do MC with very big maturity. He or she might be timid or shy. It's very possible. So you're looking for someone to be your MC. Look for somebody who is very smart. Number one, someone who is very smart. Somebody who is fluent. Don't look for a stammerer to be your MC. Look for somebody who is very smart, very fluent, and look for somebody who is not shy. Look for somebody who is very vibrant, open, bold. That's the word I was even looking for. Somebody who is very bold. And the fourth thing, somebody who is funny. Because as an MC, you need to hit the hall. When you discover that the hall is calm and quiet, you need to make something to wake people up. It could be any fun time, laughter, or whatever. Don't be the kind of MC who is just going to read a program like you're a Catholic reverend or pastor, where you just be like, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the program. Welcome to this event. Be seated comfortably. We want to acknowledge your presence here. The next thing that will follow, we shall be welcoming the bride as she come in. Mr. We shall be welcoming the couple as they come in, Mr. and Mrs. Please, you give them a hand of applause when they come in. If you look for someone who talks that way to be your MC, then your event is dead and buried. That means you're looking for somebody who is timid and shy. That's why the person is talking that way. Now, and you also look for somebody who is not bold, because somebody is talking that way means the person is not bold. Now, when you look for somebody who's talking like, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this wonderful celebration of the lovely wedding of this and this person. When I say hello, you say hi. Hello, hi, hello, hi. You guys are not saying anything. If that hello and hi is for me, now let's do it louder for the couples that are about to come in. We have them. They are on the way. They're about to come. If you look for an MC who talks with so much authority, boldness, and confidence, it makes your event go very well. You look for an MC who can wake people up when they're sleepy. Like during the game where couples have their game moments, look for an MC who is very fun-like, who can create fun, warm the hall, because people react to what the MC is. Like people will come in and they sit, their job is not to talk. It's only the MC that has the right, the authority to make that very heavy noise in the hall. So when you're choosing your MC, don't look for an MC because that person is your sister or your brother, or because that person said they can do it. Look for somebody who has maybe had an experience in it. Maybe they have once been an MC somewhere and people recommend that person to you. Also, or that person could be your church member who has always been holding the mic and being on the pulpit, because if you look for somebody who has never held the mic and he has never spoken to people, to a crowd or whatever, and that's his first time, believe me, he might not do it that well. Though there are some people who might surprise you, they might do it well, because we have people who, if you don't give them, you will never know that they can do it. So that's just it. After you look for your MC and you have your DJ and every other thing is set, every other thing is okay, the hall, you have looked for the hall, the hotel, the cake, the dress of the bridesmaid, the groomsmen, the little bride, their hairstyle, the flower girls, and every other thing. You thought about the drinks and everything. The next thing you have to think about, the next thing you have to think about is your decoration, which is what we already said, right? We talked already about of your decoration, like you choose colors of your day and all of that. Now, your decoration. This is a question that you should ask yourself. Now, some people don't pay attention to most pay attention to the stage because it should be decorated. Do you want it to be made in the form of a house? Like you want it to be made in the form of a house where you have pillars, you create artificial pillars. You guys won't really understand, but if you're into decoration, you get what I'm saying. Do you want it to be made like a house, in the form of a house where you have four size pillars, and then do you want your the chair you're going to sit? Do you want it to be separated? Like, do you want a separate chair? Your husband has a separate chair, you have a separate chair, or do you want the kind that comes combined as one seat where you sit on it like one? How do you want your stage to be decorated? How do you want what kind of chair you want there? Those little those little ones like that, they may look like they don't have anything. Well, many people don't really have a problem with that. But if you are like me, that I know what I want and I already have it in my head, and I must, then you would have to you would have to know every detail. For me, I knew every detail of what I wanted. I'm even into decoration, so you shouldn't even joke. The person that did could not even joke because I already told her this is what I want. This is what I want. And she had to do it. She didn't the seat that I wanted, she didn't have it by then. But she had to go make it because I told her if you don't have that seat then I'll look for somebody else to do my decoration. So she had to go pay for that seat to be made. You get, so all those things they might look little to you. You might not just look it to be anything or whatever. Then do you want to have a table in front of you, and have your yeah, because there are some people like my sister's wedding. She didn't go down to go on where they were sitting. They had their own table with stuff on it, so they didn't go down to serve. She didn't go down up with her husband down to go serve food. My I didn't. I went down, but I had like two different buffet tables, so and that's it. So it depends on what you want. You might want that your food table should be where your 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 stage is. You might want to have a separate chair, two separate chairs, or you want to have one. It all depends. How do you want it to be? Do you want they should use instead of using now making the form of a house, making the form of a house or tent or whatever? You want to rather that they should use the balloons to do a big U, yeah, a big N. Sorry, a big N, or is it a big U? I don't know, like this curve this way, a big U but facing down, not up because U faces up, but a big U that faces down. Do you want balloons to just be used and made a big U and that's just it? How do you want it? And then at your entrance, coming like at your entrance from the door to where you want to sit, do you want the red carpet to be rolled? What kind of carpet? Do you want red? You want the one that looks like the green grass, like the green one? You want the blue carpet? You want the white carpet? Or you want nothing at all on the floor? And also, the from the door from the entrance to where you're sitting, do you want some flowers and pot flowers to be placed, jar flowers to be placed, to be lined according to following the path you're going to take to go to where you guys are supposed to sit? Also, do you want will you want lightning to be used? Like, do you want lighting lightings be used in your hair, like those color bob lighting that will make your hair look like maybe bluish or purplish. The lighting system, the hair, how do you want it? Those things are very important. You need to talk, because if you want them, you need to tell the person who is decorating, because not everybody will be able, because when the person adds those things, that's how your money adds to. If the person has to add those lightnings and all those carpets and everything, your money has to add. And that is why decoration up to 400,000, 500,000 for a home, even 1 million for a home. So you need to know what exactly you want and be able to tell the person it's your wedding. You tell the person this is what I want. Do you want this smoky, cloudy smoke that will flush around when you guys will be dancing, your one-to-one music, and just feel like you guys are angels and you're floating in the air? Do you want that? You need to tell the person with decorating. So after you're done with all of that, with what you want, you're told the different people what you want and all of that, and that, and that. The next thing now you do is you come to you face yourself, because after you've done all of that, you now come down to yourself. And one of the things before you come to yourself, sorry guys, is to your ashwabi, the way we call it back home in Africa. I don't know if it's only in Cameroon or in other countries. Your ashwabi, that's choosing the material of your wedding that people are going to buy to put on for your wedding, is very important. And the color of your day should merge that material. If the color of the day is pink and white, make sure the material you're choosing should have something pink on it or something white, if not both colors. If your color of the day is green and yellow, then you can't possibly go and buy a material that is all purple or black. You need to get a color of your day on those African fabric. So if you're choosing, you should really choose something, and also choose something that is flexible in sewing, because sometimes people go and choose. We have Nextel. People go and choose Nextel to use. Nextel is a material that is very so um that is very cheap, and it's a little bit, it's local. Yeah, local, the local one. Yeah. So choosing something, at least choose something that is portable. Choose something that when somebody is buying to sew, the person will buy and sew something good. Don't choose an ashwabi that, or an African fabric that is not that high quality, and it's not be too high quality, because if it's too high quality, it's very expensive. Because I've never seen where they sell ashwabi one for 10,000 or 15,000. I know it's usually 6,000, 7,000, 5,000, and downwards. So don't choose, because if you choose something that is very expensive, people will not also buy. So choose something that falls between the range of 5, 6,000. Even that 7,000, it becomes a little bit difficult for people to buy. So averagely 6,000. And it to be good, so that people can sew good dresses, because you wouldn't expect me to go and buy your ashwabi, which is just like plastic, and you expect me to sew it and design it so much nice. I won't do that. And instead of wearing that, probably I will prefer to wear my normal ordinary wear, maybe my party wear or another material dress that I bought and well sewed and everything. You remember that on a wedding day, people want to look, they want to be on their best, and that day everybody wants to sew a style that when they wear, people are going to be like, this is your style. So choose something that people are going to love to buy, and they'll wear for long. Even after your wedding, people will wear and they'll say, that material that girl chose was so nice. For whatever you're doing. When I was doing mine, the color I wanted was peach, because the color of my day was peach and green. So that's why I'm talking a lot about peach. So when I looked for peach, I went to the market. I got peach, but I ordered for just few copies, and when time they took those ones that I ordered for, and then I went to order again, put another order for another. The man told me it's finished, so I was forced to take another color again, which is not even green, it is not even peach, it's a completely different color, because I look for peach is a color that is very rare to see. And the worst is seeing these two colors together is something else. Sometimes you see a loin, an African fabric that has peach on it, but peach and probably peach and us block. That's what I was saying. Peach and also peach and blue, peach and it didn't have, but the one that really had that peach and green, I took just 15 copies of it. Believe me, it got finished and I went and it was no more. The guy said he couldn't order, and with this, with the pandemic and all of these things, he could not order it. So it was then it was so difficult. You can imagine that I now had two material, two sashwabi, which is not really the best. So in order to make this mistake, what I'm going to advise you guys when you're planning is when you want to go order for your ashwabi, don't order for more. Is you tell the person that I'm taking it is for my wedding. I'm going to take maybe 50 copies. And if I go and they take 40 or 30, the rest of the I'm coming to give you back. Do we agree? Obviously, he's a businessman. He will know that if you're taking those copies for wedding, people will obviously buy it. And then you order for more than to do what I did. I just took few because I was scared that people might not take. But when I got a lot of people admire the, like I don't even have the, I myself don't even have the ashwabi. It's quite funny because when I bought those 15, people took it. I knew that I was going to take another one again, but unfortunately for me, when I got there, there was no more. Today people have my ashwabi they are wearing, and I don't have it. I can't wear it. So that's it. So after you've done that, the next thing you think is about you come to yourself. That's thinking about yourself. That's when you start thinking about you now think about the gown you're going to wear. You now think about the shoe you're going to put on, and to think about your nails. You think about you decide if you're going to put on lashes or not. If you're not used to lashes, please don't put them on. If you have never put on lashes, then don't put it on your wedding because it might make you feel very uncomfortable. The truth is, the lashes we put on back home here in Africa is quite different from the ones they put out there. That's why in Africa here, um, it's very difficult to somebody putting on his lashes or her lashes. Sorry, it's very difficult to somebody putting her lashes on her own because the chemicals that we have in our put on lashes, they are so thick. Like the ones that I know of, is so thick that if you're not careful, it will be very thick on the lashes. And when you put it, it begins to affect your eye. Not that it enters in your eye, but it makes each time you have to, each time you have to do your eyes like close and open, you feel like something is scraping your eyes inside because it has thick. And when it's still in a liquid form, when you put it, that gum that we put on lashes, it just looks like it has a color. It has a gray color. When you put it, it looks slippery like water, and it looks sticky. At that time, you don't see how thick it is, but when it dries off, it becomes very, you know, I don't know how to put it, but if you're putting lashes, you know what I'm saying. So if you have never put on lashes before that you're wedding, don't try to put it unless the person who is coming to put it is an expert and he has or she has something different, a different gum. Because when I was in Japan, I bought lashes and I learned to put on lashes myself when I was in Japan. Because in Japan they don't have this our heavy glue that we have here. They have a very I don't know. It should be somewhere around, but just I can't look for it now. So they have this very light and not heavy, so you just place there and it sticks very easily. You just place in your eye. That's why most people put on this lashes on their own. You see, when you're abroad, it's very easy to put it because you have those. So unless you have somebody who has those things, but I wouldn't advise you to put on lashes for your first time on your wedding because you will spend your time pouring. Your eyes will be red all through. The first time I put on lashes, I can't remember. That was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. The first day that I put on lashes, the first time, I poured tears like somebody who was like before they could finish even one side because they were even taking but one grain, not even the one that you just put at once. One before they could finish it, I pour like almost 1 cup of tears. Not like it's paining, but it flows because your eye is so sensitive. It's just like anything that gets into your eye, if you're not careful, you start pouring tears. Because that's how your eyes prove that they're uncomfortable. When your eyes are uncomfortable, you start pouring tears. Apart from being sad or something paining you. So when your eyes are uncomfortable, you start pouring tears. So that's just it. If you have never put on lashes, no problem. Do feel free to put it, but I won't advise you to do that. So, um, talking about your face too, make sure the person who is coming to do your makeup in the morning. The person who is coming to do your makeup, make sure you treat your face. You start treating your face already, because if you're the kind of person who has already spots on your face, pimples, you have, or you have this oily face kind of or oily skin, start treating your face 1 month or 2 weeks to your event, you can use lemon. You just always scrape lemon there every night before you sleep. You scrape and sleep. You wash in the morning, and then you put your mask. You can get a mask that you can put at night. In the morning you peel it off, or you put it even in the morning after a few hours or minutes. You wash it off, and then you just use serum or any soft lotion or whatever. You know that lotion is not anything. It's not something that has to bleach you. When we talk about lotion, is virtually everything liquid that is in your body. Normally, we just refer to it as lotion. Let's say body lotion and all of that. It doesn't mean we're talking about the lotions that that you use to bleach or whatever. So you get soft serum or whatever on your face. During that period, obviously, you can go on the internet, Google out how to prepare your face as a bride. There will be things they would obviously tell you to always use. Tomatoes also is a very good thing. You can use tomato also. You blend tomato and use your face to do your face mask and all of that. You have turmeric. You have many other things that you can use. Okay, so you use it. You have um Calabatu there, it was, and all of that. Even toothpaste, I recently learned for toothpaste too. And even red oil to dust. It's smoothing the face amazingly. Just that if you're using red oil, you should be ready to prepare wherever you're going to lay your head. Or you should do it maybe in the morning where you're not sleeping, so that you'll be. But then it's advisable to do your mask at night, not that people should see your face inside. So instead of preparing your face and it's 2 weeks to your wedding, or 1 month if you want. And whoever is coming to do your makeup should be somebody who knows makeup, because I've seen so many brides that their faces, the person who did their makeup, all the pictures, because if your makeup is a mess, all your pictures will be bad and funny to watch. So please, when doing your makeup, if you want to pay somebody to come do your makeup, get somebody who knows already, who knows what makeup is all about, who knows how to match the colors, especially your eyeshadows, who knows your skin color, who understands who is going to put a powder that is get to somebody who already knows your skin color, somebody who already knows maybe you have an oily skin, and he or she knows that this is the kind of foundation that will go with oily skin person. This is the kind of powder that will go because some makeup artists don't even know what they are doing. I'm telling you, you will call someone to come do your makeup, and the makeup is just a mess. In fact, if you even did it yourself, it will be far better than that. So sometimes before you actually pay someone to come do your makeup, make sure that the person really knows what he or she is doing. And if you don't have the money to pay someone to come do your makeup, well, you can try. If you know, you can do it yourself if you want. I, for one, I got someone to do mine, not because I didn't know how to do it, but because I didn't want to stress out myself doing it on myself, even though that I could do it. Because what makeup is not all about. Um, if you already know the powder, the foundation that goes with your skin, and you know how to blend it, then you know how to draw your eyebrow, and obviously you already know that these two colors I'm going to use. Because when you're doing wedding makeup, go for nude, please. If you're a future bride, go for nude makeup for your wedding. Don't go for color stuff. You can use color stuff in your evening, but in church, when you're going to church, do your nude makeup. Nude makeup means you don't put no colors, like even if you have to put something that is not visible. Everything that you put on your face shouldn't be that visible. You should look a little bit like natural. That's what I'm trying to say. Look a little bit like natural, beginning from your lips to your eyeshadows and all every other thing. Look a little bit natural. Don't be too artificial when you're going for your white wedding, especially in church. But if your reception is maybe from 8 p.m., you can wash and do another makeup whereby you now put down those colors, because those colors at night is gonna be cool, but during the day there's a color where you put them too much, and then the light flashes on you. It's not really gonna be too nice. Especially, on your wedding day at the reception, you'll be dancing and probably you will sweat. probably you will sweat, and you and I know that when you put on foundation and you start sweating, the powder you first put already is going to lose its value already, the dry powder I mean. And then if the foundation was not really well blend and you know it's not a lasting one, it's going to start where you're sweating and they are wiping and dusting, your face is going to look like having different colors and all of that. So obviously you will not want to put that kind of heavy colors in the afternoon or whatever. So that's just it. So please, in your makeup, pay attention. So many brides, they have spoiled all their pictures because of the kind of makeup they had. Go for nude makeup in the afternoon, and if you want to use colors, maybe if your wedding is blue and it's another color, you want to use blue, at least at night you can now use your blue. But during the day, you using blue might not be, yeah, it's not like it's bad. But if the person who is making you up is not an expert, the person might put the glue too much and it might make you, not like you will not be pretty, you'll be pretty, but let's come to think of it. By the time you sweat in church, one, two, and they have to wipe it, that's where you realize that the blue color you put there was not really the best. So that's just it. And then that's where you start. Next, you think about your gown and all of that. You think about your gown. You think about your future husband, the suit he wants to wear, the color of the suit he's wearing. If, for example, the color of the color of your of the color of the day is royal blue and peach, your husband might wear a blue suit, all blue, or he might decide to wear a blue suit up and a white trouser, or blue trouser and a white suit. Anyone, choose, and then choose the material and the design. Do you want the one that is just plain blue, or you want check blue, or you want a zebra kind of design? You want how what is the kind of what's the material type, the texture that you want? And your wedding gown, what do you want? Do you want Cinderella? You want long tail behind? You want just fish? You want just a short one that looks like a pumpy little gown? You want striveless with hands? How do you want it? Just to tie on your neck, or you want with the long hands, big hands like that? Which do you want? You want your back exposed, your wedding gown. You want the side of your body there and all of that. How do you want it? You want it to have to be made with a lace, shining lace, or just white satin? All of those things count. Your veil, how do you want your veil to be? Very long, short, thick? How do you want it to be? What design do you want for your veil and all of that? When you're talking about the shoe, your shoes, both your future husband's shoes, yours, and for your shoes, I would do advise you have two pairs of shoes for your white wedding. Why? Because the one you're going to church with, since you're not going to dance a lot in church, you're not going to do a lot of activities in church, you can go your high heels. But towards the evening at the reception, you might come in with heels when you're coming in. But when you have to sit, when you sit and then you have to do any other activity you have to do, you can wear now your low shoes. Low shoes does not mean that you wear ballet. We have low heels. Let me just quickly show you guys something. So I want to show you guys something for you guys to see. So this is what I had, right? So you see, this is what I mean by low, because not every heel you see is low, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So you can decide to wear the longer one to go maybe to church and other play, maybe because in church you will not have so many activities to do, so you can wear the long one to go to church and all of that. But when you're entering your hall in the evening, you can still use a long a higher heel. And then, but when you are seated and you have to call, like for example, when they say father and daughter dance, or cutting the cake, or popping the wine, or any other thing, you can now be dress this. I know some brides that when they got in the hall and when they had to dance and all of that, they removed their shoes and they were dancing barefoot because their gowns were so long. But instead of dancing barefoot, why not go for something like this? Why not get something low that is going to go with you and be easy for you to walk with. Now when you're going, you see the difference now. See the difference in heels. So I'm saying that when you're doing your wedding as a bride, you should have like two pairs of shoes at most, two pairs at least, not at most, at least two pairs. But if not, you can even have even five pairs because you have traditional, you have council, you have white wedding and all of that. So if you have five pairs, it's okay. So you see these heels, you can decide. So I told you guys that the color of my day was green and peach. So this is, you wear this to church, you know, wear this to church. And during the evening soiree when I was quite tired and all of that, I wore this one. I didn't wear this one. So you see. So I didn't disturb me that much because my feet were able to be relaxed and all of that. So many brides punish themselves with heels. You will be on heels throughout in church, these heels, and you come in the evening, you are still with heels, and you see, why are you kill? Don't kill yourself. Oh. It's your day, you have to celebrate. Don't kill yourself. I know that we women we sacrifice a lot because of we want to wear good shoes and good dresses. You are dying inside, but you're on the heels. Why do that? Feel free, get two shoes. Okay, if this is very high for you, if you're the kind of person that these heels are very high for you, then you can wear this to go to church, and then in the evening you get your ballerina and you put on your ballerina. No one is who is gonna lift up your gown to know you're putting on ballerina. Nobody's gonna lift up your gown. People might only realize that, oh, your gown is now trending too much compared to when you came in. But then the party is going on. So what are we? So when you've talked about you dress and all of things and your nails, you put nails. Nails is not something that is difficult, so you can't say this. And when you're putting your nails for your wedding, please put moderate nails. You know when you want to put your nails for any occasion, you can put very long nails. But for your wedding, don't avoid very long nails. Even if you can use them, okay, but avoid long nails. It's not really cool when on your wedding you have very long nails, extremely long nails. At least on your wedding, your nails should be just a little bit slightly above your finger, just like this level. Then no, just like this level, like this. Let your nails be there. And you use mostly brides always go for colors, white at the end of their nails. But if you want to design your nails or whatever, you can feel free to do so. If you want to use the colors of the day on your nails, you can feel free to do so. But I do advise you to go for the white color nails. That's the top, where the edges should be white and nude. And this other is very advisable for marriage, for brides to use that. So when you and you're talking about the dresses for you and your groom, the last thing you think about, the last thing you think about is the gifts you're giving out to people. Now, people come to celebrate you in marriage, right? When you invite people to your wedding because they are coming to celebrate with you, it's not about so what then do you have to offer to these people who are coming to celebrate you. They're coming to celebrate you. What then do you have to give them in return? You have to give them, we call them French souvenirs, things that they will need to look and remember that, oh, we were at this person's wedding. And that is like a seed, a wedding seed. Your the wedding seed you're giving to maybe the single people who are there or people who are married and expecting their children or whoever to get married. It's like a mantle that you're giving to people who came there. You're giving a marriage mantle. Look at it that way. So you can choose to. That's why I will always say I would advise brides that don't go for sweets and eatables. Don't go for sweets and eatables. Rather go for things that people can use. Because when you go for many brides, they will buy sweets and tie to give. But I wouldn't really encourage you to go for sweets and treables because when you give sweets, they eat it there, they suck it there, it goes and that's it. But when you go for things like hand fans, those are things that will last a lot, at least a bit longer. and may even last longer for somebody who is very careful with it. You have hand fans. If you are that wealthy, you can do cups or plates with your picture, your couple picture on it, to give to everyone that came in there. um, Key holder is a very important one also to do, because key holder are things that people always need, because everybody obviously has a key. They are living in a house, they have a key of a house, office or car, anything. If a student, the key of his room is with him, so he will obviously use that. And they can't throw a key holder to something that is inevitable. You can't throw it. Key holder, very important. So you have things like fan. It gives fans people who are in Douala. That's very good because places are very hot in Douala. In the north, places are very hot. So they'll obviously use it at least for some time before they actually destroy it or throw it or rough handle it and it gets bad. So instead of buying sweets and tying like so many people do, I do prefer that you go for things that would last. Like I said, things that they will use for at least a longer period of time. And remember that whatever you're giving them is like a mantle, you know, it's not like, because people have the notion that whatever they're giving out is they're just giving for food. You need to think about what you want to give out to people. If you're inviting 200 people, you have to bring 220 keys. You need to buy 220 key holders, sorry, or fans, where you maybe you print your picture, or if you just want to buy without your picture on it, no problem. Think about it already ahead of time, so that you command for it to come exactly the number that you want and on time. Look for time to pray on the gifts, because they are mantles you're giving. You expect that anybody that is receiving this from you is getting married subsequently soon, next year, next month, next week. And it will be so much of a you'll be so much happy if you hear that somebody who came to your wedding, two people or three people who came to your wedding just got married the following week. Wouldn't you be happy? You'll be happy. So do make sure that whatever thing that you're trying to give out to the people is it's like a mantle, a marital mantle you're giving them, a seed, a marriage seed you're sowing in their lives. If you begin to look at it that way, you will no longer just go and buy sweets to give to people, because people don't just wake up and sow sweets and bonbons to people's life. So sow something that they can use and equally give another person to use and pass it on. So after you've thought about your wedding gift, which is something important, many couples don't think about it. Many people don't even know that they have to give gifts to people who come. They came to acknowledge and celebrate with you, right? So you, in return, you have to offer something. Look at it this way. You put to birth. People are coming to welcome the baby and all of that. Those people will come, they'll come with gifts, they'll come with things. But in our African society, when they come to welcome the baby, you, the woman in the house, you prepare something to also receive them. So that's just it. Now don't think that because they came to your wedding, they have eaten the food, their drinks and all of that. That one they have eaten and it's far gone. It's like it's a normal thing. Society, it's normal. You can't go for a wedding, do a wedding when you have not cooked and you don't have drinks. But then what extra that you are personally coming from you is what you have to do them as. Let everybody that came to your event go back home with a gift when you're given, and choose your gift accordingly. You can decide to choose even spoon, cup, knife. There are so many different things you can choose to give out to people. If only you have them the resources it takes. But I come to realize that so many people always buy sweets because they don't really have the money. They don't really have the money it takes to buy all those things. So they do go and buy sweets because it's economical to buy sweets. So that's just it. So after thinking about the gift you're going to give out. After thinking about the gift, the next thing you would love to consider is your bouquet, which is the last thing, the flower you're holding, right? Which is not something of too much. You just have to make it white and maybe a little bit of the color of your day. Your bouquet has to be all white and just maybe one rose or one little portion that has maybe, if pink is your main color of day, or yellow, just have one yellow in one pink, or is it green, or is it blue, whatever the color is, and all of that. Then concluding, you both have to choose your ring, your marriage ring. What kind of ring do you want? Do you want gold, diamond, bronze? What kind do you want? And the design, the quality, and all of that type of ring do you guys want? And you think you place an order, because if you have to place an order for it to be made for you, I know you have to place an order at least 2 months or a month before that time. So you think about that. And if you happen to be somewhere that maybe you happen to be in Bamenda and you don't like the rings in Bamenda, you want to go place an order in Yaoundé, then you need to place an order in Yaoundé 2 months or 3 months ahead of time to avoid unforeseen circumstances. So these are all the things that you have to think about, jot them down, already know them before the wedding, weeks, months before the wedding. And to help you do these things, you need to dispatch things to people. Like when you're found, like when you're going to look for the hall, tell this person that maybe divide, you do division of labor, sorry, facilitate things for you, because you alone might not be able to do all those things at once. So what you do is you can decide to do it in commission these people. Two of you, I want you to look for me a hall in this town. I want a hall that will take 500 people, a hall that has a toilet, a hall that has a garden. That's a description, right? So you guys, you are in charge of looking the hall. I want you guys to, I want in terms of drinks, I want this amount of crates and I want this amount of stuff. Now that we have brasseries, anytime you go, you obviously have drinks. Okay, you never go to brasseries. They to buy drinks and there's not drink. I don't think so. So well, for that one, it's not really an issue. But then about the wines you want to use, you commission people who are in charge to go find out about those wines, the prices they cost, and even in brasseries, how much is a crate of this? Calculate everything. Let them go. Two people, you dispatch this other person. You are in charge to look for me a cameraman. I want a cameraman. You look for me a DJ, or if you don't have so many people, look for me a cameraman and a DJ. I want to see them. So you can be seated at one place and you just give out things of what to do. But the thing is that if you don't first know what you want, it will be difficult for you to tell people to go look for it. You first have to know what you want so that you can direct people. If you don't know the kind of hall you want, for example, you don't know how many people you're inviting, you don't know the kind of hall you want, how will you tell somebody, okay, please look for me a hall, I want to get married? Or look for me a hall that takes a capacity of 500 people. And that person will look for any hall. But when you're specific, you tell the person, I want a hall that has a toilet in it, or even outside. I want a hall that can take 500 people. I want a hall that has AC. I want a hall that has stage. People will look for halls that have those things that you want. I want you to be in charge of looking for me a DJ and a cameraman. I want that cameraman will be available to work with me for 2 days. A cameraman who is going to take pictures and film as well. He has his lights, not just taking pictures with a flash from his camera, because you need to have that camera light set. You get. I want a DJ who has been working, a good one, who knows how to mix. I want to meet with them. You tell this other person, you're in charge, food, you're in charge of food. So I want Aaron Dole rice. I want Spanish rice. Then I want achu. I want light soup. I want light soup. I want banku. I want wanche. I want wanche for my wedding. So all those things, these are the things I want. When it comes to vegetables, so I want you to go to those people. You can get for those women who sell vegetable, or those men who cultivate vegetables. I want you to go to them and tell them that I want 2 saxamotos of water leaf. I want 3 saxamotos of dole. And tell them that and let them give you the prices and everything. When it comes to tomatoes, I want 1 carton of tomato. I want 2 cartons of onion. I want pepper, half carton. I want oil, three 25 liter. I want this, and all of that. You just put it down and tell this person, this is what I want. So you find out the price, meet with those people, get the price, get everything, and report back. You can decide to do it that way, very easy. Okay, when it comes to decoration, you might want to go look for the person yourself. Or if you don't still want to look for the person yourself, you can decide to delegate somebody. I want somebody who's going to do a decoration. This is what I want. I want something like this, like this, like this, like this. So whenever you meet with someone who's doing it, you tell the person this is what I want, and the person agree, the person tells the advice, you get back to me, and then I will get the person's contact, then I'll call the person and take it from there. When you dispatch things like that for people to do it, right? You given the material Ashwabi, tell your mother, your auntie that 2 of you will go, 3 of you guys will go to look for Ashwabi, because you need to be present when they are looking for your Ashwabi. They cannot, your mother and your aunt can go to the market to go and buy your Ashwabi when, and they come and give there are some things that you need to be there. Unless you are in a different country. Even if you're in a different country, they will still have to screenshot and send to you. But because you might be present, you guys will go to the market together. That's green and this color. Well, someone like me, I'm very specific and very, very. So I would love to be there myself, to be with them, choosing. Let me know, because it's not like our mothers don't know whatever, but you have to understand that what you know in this generation, what you probably like with the fashion trend and everything, your taste of fashion might be a little bit more or higher than that of your mothers or your aunties, because and all of that. I don't want to say their days was the olden days. It did not look like and say they don't know it. Yes. So it's good to be there with them. And then when you dispatch things like that, be in constant communication as a bride. Be in constant communication with people. Before the night falls, did you find the hall? Which hall did you find? Oh, I found a hall around this place, around this place. I took the contact and everything. Okay, fine. The hotel. Which hotel? Okay, you found the hotel there and the other side. Okay, so I have to go check it. And then what you do is you take the contact of the people that they have found the thing, and then you call directly and you let them know, okay, I'll be coming on this day to check your hotel and see if it's okay. Then you now go. That way it reduces your stress. You now go to a specific hotel because you already get information on this is what you want. The person look for the hotel according to what you want. Now you now go to A, you visit A hotel, you look at it, you go B, you go C, and then you select one. It reduces your stress. Then the person will look for the hall, you go to, you check, and if you're okay, that's good, you book for the hall. And then for the food stuff, it's okay. Okay, the drinks, this is the amount, this is the price, you put them together. This is going to help you a lot. It's going to help you a lot on your wedding. Try as much as possible to distribute things for people to do. Don't want to do it alone. Distribute, but be at the center of everything. Distribute, but be the one to take the final decision that I like this. It's your wedding. Don't let your family turn your wedding to their wedding. Literally, we know that in Africa, when you're getting married, it's the family that is getting married, not you alone getting married. But then, that day is your day. Your mother will never be called the bride. Your mother will not never be called to come out and then cut the cake and feed your father. It's your day. So don't let your brother, your sisters, your family choose your color for your day for you, choose the gown for you, choose the food to cook, choose the hall, choose the vehicle, choose your bouquet, choose your ring and everything. You might give them the opportunity to bring their ideas, but be at the center of every decision. You and your husband. If you have a man who is very active, when I talk about being active, it means somebody who might be like, because most times when they're doing weddings, it's always the half of the woman that is always panting like, I want a good call, the other is like this. If you happen to be blessed to have a man who will be like, oh, we should get a whole rice like this. No, these 2 colors don't go, babe. We should use these other colors. If you have a man who's like that, then it's okay. Then you both work together. But if you have a man who it's not so much into that, which is not like it's bad. It's not so much into that. Then you have a lot to do, a lot of decision making. But make sure that before you take any decision, you need to talk to your future husband. Babe, this is this is how much they say the drinks are, whatever. You're giving feedback to him because obviously the money is leaving from his pocket and everything. And even if he has given you his bank card or his password to his account for you to withdraw and do anything, you still always need to tell him, babe, this is how much it's going to cost for this how much. Because I know of weddings where the man told the woman, okay, this is my card, my password, this is how much we have, this is 7 million in the bank. So just be doing, oh, this is 2 million. You just be withdrawing as time as whatever thing that you want to do, be withdrawing. And that's even at that, no matter how much he trusts you or whatever, you need to still always stand back to him and tell him, sweetheart, this is how much it costs for the food as we calculated. So I'll be withdrawing 700,000 tomorrow for the food, or 1 million, or 200, or 150,000 for the food. Always return back. If you do this, you plan all these things before the wedding, like 1 week before your wedding or 2 weeks before your wedding, everything is already ready. You would rest. You're not supposed to be, as a bride, future bride getting married, you're not supposed to be stressing yourself 1 week to your wedding. 1 week to your wedding is time that you're supposed to sit in your closet and meditate with God. So overall, over everything we've said, the key aspect to put your knees down and pray for your event. No matter all the preparation we're doing, physical preparation, I'm talking about all drinks, wine, food, and everything, the general overseer, Oga Pata Pata of all these things to succeed is seated in high places. And you are his daughter. You need to put your knees down and pray. If I'm you preparing to get married, from the day I get engaged, you start entering welfare. From the day he engages you, you start waxing fire prayers that, jeez, you start waxing prayers, fire for fire, bomb the camp of the enemy. Every principality that wants to start, every obstacle, every delay, anything, witchcraft, every altar, generational curse that wants to speak against you, start firing their altars. You got engaged in February, you start praying in February. You got engaged in February and you are planning to get married in December. What are you doing all this while? If you've not been praying and you're watching this, start praying now. It's not too late. This September, start praying now. It is not too late. Start praying now. It is not too late. It's not too late. Start praying now before the enemy deals with you. So start praying. Don't wait for the enemy to locate you and deal with you before you start praying. Start praying now. So guys, we are almost at the end of our live stream, and guys, at least see the way I'm sweating now. Your girl has tried with all this bad internet that we have in Cameroon like this. At least we bless God for this one. So we are hoping and we are praying, and I'm praying that you have been able to get something from this. Tomorrow we're going to be talking about during the event, which is the services. And obviously as time goes by, we will talk equally about after the event and all of that. So for today, I think we are going to call it a day very soon.